See me?
I can hear you now, sir.
All right. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are joining us. Please, one house.
Morning, sir.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. If you are not speaking, you can mute your mic. We want to especially welcome Kathleen. We want to say thank you for creating time to be with us. We are so sorry. It's actually night in the US, and she's supposed to be sleeping by now. But she has created time to be with us. So we do not take that for granted, Kathleen. We are very, very grateful and happy to have you. So I think immediately you can commence your class. You can commence your class. Thank you very much. I'm going to make you a co-host as well.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Nenchan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Wonderful. It's a pleasure to be here as always. Let me go ahead and share my screen.
Yes, please.
Again, this slide deck is off of the curriculum from Shati. And we put it in present mode and we will start.
Yeah.
Okay. This morning, we're going to begin with the advanced mediation process and trainer mastery, which is an interesting topic because mediation takes practice. I like to say that the skills, the tools, as I call them, that you learn as a mediator, you have to pick up a tool, place it in your hands, get confident with that tool, become competent with that tool, apply your style to that tool on the way to mastery. That's how I see it as a trainer. And it takes time to find your mediator style, your mediator confidence, your mediator courage, and then be a master with the tools, almost like a double-edged sword. So as we go into this deep structure of what this is all about, there's an underlying psychology about mediation. Mediation is about people experiencing grief. And we sit in a space with people that have experienced loss. They're angry, they're sad, they are shut down. They don't want to talk sometimes. And we have to understand the deep structure of what we're really doing at the mediation table. The deep structure is that we are actually trying to take people out of that conflict, create distance for them so they have the freedom to make a little tiny perspective change. That's why the mediation table is always about options. A little tiny perspective change, generating options, provides distance, freedom, so they can just look at their deep structure of their conflict from a different way. The deep structure is also involved with the back of the brain. These psychological dynamics where people want to defend themselves and win is because the back of the brain is built to protect us, protect them. We are not dealing with people's personalities at the mediation table usually. We're dealing with their biology. And the back of the brain is meant to defend you, defend them. And we're trying to move them into safety and freedom so they can make decisions, especially when there's many people sitting at the table, with the front of the brain, not the back of the brain. The surface structure of what we're going to be talking about today is the process of mediation. Right now, I am teaching a 5-stage process in another class. On the East Coast, there's a 5-stage process in the United States. There's a 6-stage process. On the West Coast, there's an 8-stage process, the surface structure of mediation. To accomplish trainer mastery, we all need to understand that we're running the mediation process equals structure plus flexibility. The surface structure of the stages wraps its arms around the flexibility of the person. The structure of words on paper, documentation that we receive, compare it to the flexibility of people's opening statements. That's all flexibility. We have no idea in that surface structure of what people are going to say as they breathe words from their deep structure. We're human beings. We have a lot going on inside of us. And so we're going to look at all of this today, and including multi-party dynamics, managing the high stakes, the impasses. I don't use the word impasse at my mediation table. I describe what's always happening. An impasse to me, in my mind, creates a great big gulf between people. I never use that word. I say the table has stopped moving. Thank you for your loyalty to self. The table has stopped moving. If you want this table to continue moving, you're going to have to relinquish your hold on loyalty to self, yourself. That's what I say when the table stops moving. So we're going to look at these complex interactions, and a lot of this, as your confidence, mediator confidence, style, and courage, is going to be your vocabulary as you broach into the complexity of this mediation process and what Shati has for everyone to learn today. The deep structure of the mediation process refers to the underlying, often invisible. Yesterday morning in my training, all day yesterday, I'm training people in the middle of the United States and on the East Coast of the United States with another mediation training company. And a lawyer spoke up and said that it took my client 3 hours, Kathleen, to make a decision at the mediation table on medical mediation, where there was medical loss through surgery. What he didn't say was the deep structure of why it took her 3 hours. And I can tell you the deep structure of someone taking 3 hours to make a decision is because she was in the bargaining stage of Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's stages of grief. This mediation table is always about grief and loss. And we are trying to bring restoration and this invisible psychological shift inside people is what needs to occur throughout the process and finally happen when they hit negotiation. So while you've got this surface structure of running people through the stages of mediation, the opening joint statement, joint sessions talking together, caucus sessions, speaking alone with your mediator with an extra layer of confidentiality, further conversations of reality checking. All of that is to give people time to reorder their chaos deeply within them through the surface structure. So by the time you hit negotiation, you approach negotiating, all that deep structure and grief inside of them has had a chance to be heard, to be heard, to be heard. And you, as the mediator, are going to allow that chance or not. How do you allow all of this to be heard? You watch the body language and you name it at your table. Nanchang, I just saw you roll your eyes at the mediation table just now. Can you tell me more about that? You are noticing body language that reflects the deep structure. You are noticing the words people choose and asking, can you tell me more about that word you just said? You are noticing how the tone of how people feel when they're talking to you. Nanchang, did I hear disappointment in your voice as well? And this is what I heard you said. You said this, and this. Summary. Is that correct? Agency, validation, autonomy, mediator, humbleness, dominance, one down. Is that correct, Nanchang? These are the words I use to get into people's deep structure. Oh, that's not right. Thank you for that correction, Nanchang. What is correct? Dominance, one down, humility. As you try to pierce into the deep structure. Nanchang, is there anything else? Again, piercing into the deep structure of that person. The mediation table is a human business table. Court is win or lose. Arbitration is win or lose. Mediation is honoring the human first with the surface structure of the mediation process to get into the deep structure of the person before you hit negotiation. That you're looking for that turning point to happen, that emotional shift, just a tiny different perspective. Sometimes people are very loyal to their perspective, and it's the reality testing that stretches their deep structure to have them help them understand there's more than one way, your way, to win. There's more than one way than your way to look at this perspective. So we are stretching people inside their deep structure through reality testing to confront what we know is not logical. We do that through the questions that we ask. We do not do that by telling them that they're wrong. We turn our judgment and our brain power into questions, which is empowerment, autonomy, and agency for people as they answer your mediator questions. This is the transformation we're looking for because the nervous system is the gateway to conflict. And when the nervous system with you as the mediator at the table, the way you are running your process, when the nervous system of every person at your table starts to feel safe, you are now beginning a transformation. And that transformation is frankly beautiful. People come into the mediation table, you see her at the bottom with positions and interest. You're going to emotionally regulate yourself and the environment at the table. And those positions are important. People like to say interest and needs are more important than the positions. No, they're all important. What I want and what I don't want is very important to me, especially in the beginning of the mediation. I can't talk about my interests and needs so easily, but I can tell you what I want. I can tell you what I don't want. I might not be able to tell you exactly why, because you're asking me for a deep structure answer. That's why we don't use the word why. I don't train with the word why. I teach mediators how to ask, what does that look like for you? How does that look like for you? Tell me about that. You don't hear the word why. Vocabulary We need neutral mediator vocabulary. We need to talk to people like Switzerland. We need to be neutral. Our neutrality gets expressed in our vocabulary. We're looking for that transformation change before we hit negotiation. When I don't see that transformation change in people after I've reality tested them with very difficult questions, I will tell people, I don't think you're ready for negotiation. Do you think you're ready for negotiating? There's other people sitting at this table. All I hear you talk about is what you want. That's a reality test. If you, the place for you to get everything you want to try to get that is in court, is through arbitration, where you can try to get everything you want. Those comments are piercing into the deep structure. Why have you come to the mediation table if you're just sitting here wanting to get everything you want when the culture of the mediation table is about generating options and everyone gets a win-win? Please always remember, people have their culture of conflict when they come to the table. They want what they want. They don't want what they don't want. But the mediation table has a culture as well, which I spoke about a little bit on Tuesday. That table, you're protecting that table. You're protecting that deep structure and surface structure of the mediation process. People are not the only ones that come to the mediation table with a deep structure. The mediation table has a deep structure as well. What is that deep structure? Neutrality of you, neutrality of running an equal process for people, protecting the mediation table against any obstruction energy, where a lawyer comes to your table and keeps talking about their case for court all the time. I say counsel. I create distance with anyone who obstructs the mediation table. I say, counsel, this is not the place for your case for court. The place for your case for court is in court. This is the place for you to ask questions, for you to get answers, and for us to explore option generation. Just saying we need to generate options, we need to brainstorm options, pierces into deep structure. It takes us below the surface of fighting for what every person wants to do to win. We say, now that we've approached negotiation, can you please brainstorm solutions in writing, forcing responsibility, forcing autonomy on them, forcing agency? That's how I start my negotiation process. We're looking for transformation, and the transformation, you are the one that's going to get transformation at your table with people at your table. It's going to be your mediator style, your mediator confidence, your mediator courage that pierces this deep structure of grief and loss of faith, loss of hope, loss of love, loss of even think, is God really alive and real in my life? You're piercing into the deep structure. Excuse me, let me look at this. When we talk about neutrality and being impartial, and Ken Cloak, who is my friend, says omnipartiality. We are not only holding neutrality and omnipartiality in balance inside of us, deeply inside of us, our own deep structure, but we're also proving it at our mediation table. You need to run a neutral process with the surface structure of your mediation stages. And you also need to make sure inside of you, the balance that you're looking for with neutrality. And I do like that word neutrality, by the way. You want to make sure that you are not leaning towards someone, favoring them, in your mind's eye bias or with your behavior prejudice, or you're not leaning away from somebody in your mind with bias, with your behavior as the mediator prejudice. Behavior, bias thinking leads to prejudice behavior. That's what's happening in your deep structure. You need to be interested in everyone at your table. You need to care about everyone at your table. You need to be curious about everyone at your table. You need to show loving kindness, agape love, unconditional love to everyone at your table as much as you possibly can. And you need to make sure that you are being fair, equal at your table. Neutral, meaning if you tell someone thank you after their opening statement, you need to tell the other person thank you after their opening statement. If you tell a person, I'm so sorry that happened to you, you need to find a way to say you're so sorry to the other person about what's happened to them. Or you can say, I'm so sorry to each of you for this conflict that has caused problems in your lives. You need to find a way to run a neutral process. It's not always easy, but once you do it a lot, you can sense the imbalance inside of you. Everyone at your table, I've had as many as 9 people at once. Everyone at your table deserves your balanced, full tension approach. So if you look at it as giving everyone your full attention, that is a good balance inside you. If you make sure that step 3 that you see here on the diagram, that you are reframing and summarizing everyone after they've answered your question, before you ask your next question, that is balance. That is agency, autonomy, honor, respect, psychological safety, acknowledgement. It's very easy to make sure that you decide for step 3 that you are going to make sure everyone gets summarized by you, the mediator, after they answer your question, after their opening statement. Reframing and listening and summarizing, step 3, also pins responsibility on people. When you say, thank you very much for what you've just said, respect, honor, mediator neutrality, thank you. Let me make sure I heard what you said. You summarize back by looking at the notes you've taken, by what you remember in your mind. But then you ask a pivotal question. Is that correct? Finding out if you're accurate, but also as soon as a person says, yes, that is correct, now they've accepted responsibility. When you ask, is that correct? You're asking them to accept responsibility. You're also, because mediation is about duality, you're also finding out if you're correct. And then lastly, you say always, is there anything else? Going deeper, accessing the deep structure inside a person. Not anything else about what you just talked about. Is there anything else? Not would you like to add, just is there anything else? Did your dog die? Is there anything else? This process of summary in step 3 manages the imbalances in step 4. It manages your mind so you are not imbalanced and don't re-ask the same question 3 times, because when you summarize, you are proving your active listening, you're proving your loving kindness, you're honoring people, but it's also embedding the story inside of your own mind, which is very important as a mediator. Our left brain needs to track this story. We need to be concise and precise about the details, the facts, the math of the story. So the way that you handle all of this is step 5. We can make mistakes as mediators. I've made a couple. When I make a mistake, it's always a big mistake. I don't usually make mistakes, but when I make them, it's really big. It's giant. It's elephant-sized mistake. And I have to profusely apologize at the mediation table. Dominance 1 down, humbleness. I have to be reflective in the moment to apologize. And that reflection is always inside you. I'm always watching the table. I'm always reflecting back the people. The words on paper have to match the words in the air. Reflective practice is inside a mediator as you're mediating, not just about your prejudice and biases that you may have in your mind, but you're always reflecting the table. And when you make a mistake, when I was training a federal mediator and he made a mistake with a number, he said 600 dollars USD instead of $6,000 USD, when the party had just told him 6,000 and he was moving too fast. Like everyone said earlier in the week, my training was too fast. So now I'm slowing down. I'm thinking to myself, I'm observing him as his boss. Apologize, 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 please apologize. He went, oh yeah, 6,000. That's not an apology. That was a dismissive, dishonoring smack about his mistake toward the person. I'm like, this mediation is not going to settle, all because of that lack of reflection in the moment where he could not challenge his ego and just simply apologize and go dominance 1 down and show humility and honor and acknowledge the fact that he had made an error. We as mediators, we can and we should apologize at the table if we make a mistake. And it's also teaching people they can apologize as well to each other for things. So be reflective at your table. Don't get involved with, I wouldn't call it the neutrality trap. I would call it the ego trap. Ego is the opposite of neutrality. Neutrality is nice and wide open. Omnipartial is nice and wide open to the process, to people, for the words they use. We're not in the garbage removal business. We're not in the human rubbish business. We're not in the business of correcting people at the table. We're in the business of protecting their culture because it's their biology that's mad and upset and yelling and screaming and whatever it all is. So don't be trapped by the ego trap of how you think your table should be with all of your ground rules. Ground rules promote safety, but they also can put you in the position of becoming the referee of your own ground rules and losing rapport, respect, and trust on the table with the person that you are correcting. And of course, depending upon the culture that we're in, but it's my mediator style to protect culture. The words people can muster up when they're angry, the words they're able to say when they're angry is their culture. I protect the culture and I summarize the culture. You have just said these 4 words that are curse words. You have just said these 4 curse words at the table. It seems like that you're angry. Is that correct? Are you angry? Thank you for your authenticity in saying you're angry right now. On a scale of 1 to 10, how angry are you? The neutrality allows you to make sure that you're chasing clarity and accuracy of everything, including emotional tenor. That's what neutrality and omnipartiality can give for you into the deep structure. instead of saying, oh, please don't yell at my table. Oh, we're going to have to take a break now because you're too upset. I never use words, vocabulary like that. I say, is everyone comfortable with this conversation where you all have raised voices and using some very strong, passionate words? Is everyone comfortable talking to each other this way? That's my mediator question. That treats people with honor and dignity amidst the grief and loss of what they're trying to restore at the table. When people say yes, yes, we're comfortable, Kathleen, I say continue. Neutrality, omnipartiality. Don't be biased and prejudiced against the emotional tenor at your table. Moving on, ethical dilemmas. Ethical dilemmas in mediation, simulations, any kind of role playing, they're always designed to help you recognize issues at the table. They're designed to help you find your mediator tools at the table. I'm training all of this week during the morning hours, during the afternoon hours, we're putting people in positions where they have to feel the tension, feel the unfairness that arise in real life. They get a chance, low stakes practice. And even in these scenarios, people get genuinely upset. And it's a pretend scenario. So these scenarios, when they're written well, I like to do improv scenarios. I like to set up the dog from the next door neighbor's house keeps urinating on your bushes and now your bushes are dead. That's an improv role play. Take it away for the mediator and the parties. That makes them throw themselves more into the ethics of, I want that bush replaced. I want money so I can buy a new bush. And I want the same size bush as what your dog killed when your dog urinated on my bush all the time. We want people to feel how a mediation feels to people at their table during mediation training. That's why playing a role and not just being the mediator of a role play and rotating where you're the mediator and then you're a party, then you're the other party, gives people a full flavor of the injustice feeling at the table, the justice feeling at the table, the injustice of how the mediator is running the table, the justice feeling of how the mediator is running the table, the justice feeling of the issues at the table, the feeling of being in the stage at the table. These simulations have lots of benefits. And because we're doing them in a safe environment, even today in training, in the role plays, a lady that always has to go first today, and she is very accomplished in what she does, she started crying under the pressure of always having to do the first role play. That's how real the role plays can be. And that's why when you're a trainer, don't always make a new person go first. People are coming into mediation training. They are good at what they do in life. They are good at their job, usually. Now they're in a mediation training where they don't know what to do and they're not good at anything. It's intimidating. So be easy on people. Make sure you're rotating the role plays when you're using simulations. Make sure your objectives are fair towards your trainers. Make sure they have wide open ability. That's why I like the improv role plays of adding their own details to the role play. So with these scenarios, you have your goals and the benefits are huge. The training company that I'm working for, people practice every single stage of the mediation 3 days in a row, same role play. They're practicing the opening statement, day 1. Day 2, they're practicing the joint stage of further exploration of the past. And they're practicing the first private session of reality checking called the disruption, where we disturb what people want. And then today they practice negotiation. And when they practice negotiation today, they found out how difficult it is to negotiate with people that are still emotionally entrenched in the past. They felt what it feels like to be able to run into problems, blockades in the negotiation process because people were still emotionally attached to their issues from the past. Before negotiation, that deep state of emotional disturbance has to be relieved, settled, calm. That back brain has got to settle down, or the front of the brain that makes executive decisions, that thinks, won't be able to work well. It's a teeter-totter relationship. The back brain wants to defend you. The back brain's high. The front of the brain can't think. That's why when you are all really angry, you don't know who you are. It's not your same personality. It's because it's not your personality, it's your biology. Your biology is defending you, and it's meant to do that. And you somehow, some way, feel in danger emotionally, in danger reputationally, in danger physically, in danger economically. Somehow you feel in danger. And that's what tips people into anger and grief and fighting and running away. It's the back of the brain, it's biology. So these simulated methodologies of this is what you do. So when I am coaching, I always say time out. I freeze frame because I don't want the person that's practicing to be a mediator to keep on walking down the wrong path. I say, stop what you're doing, do this instead. And I force them to pivot. And being able to pivot and be fleet-footed as a mediator is very important because sometimes we're not mediating the issues. We're mediating the moment at the mediation table where someone became angry or they threw their pen, they threw their pencil, or they slammed their fist on the table. We have to stop mediating the issues and mediate the moment. That's a pivot. We have to learn to be fleet-footed and we have to be able to learn to be pivot. You learn all of these principles in what is called here the ethical simulation of practicing mediation in class before you go out and practice it in real life. We teach in these, and we force people to practice helping parties find their self-determination, making their own decisions that look like a win for them through our neutrality and our usage of tools. I gave Nan Chang my Google Doc and all the tools that I use when I mediate and all the ways that I teach. You pick up a tool, put it in your hand, try it on. You know, when we garden, we have different tools. We have a rake, we have a shovel, we have a pick, all these tools. They're all for different reasons. And sometimes when you pick up a tool, you don't quite know how to use it right. In the United States, when drywallers make walls, they paste the drywall onto the wall. That's an art form. I picked up that drywall tool and I tried to do it a long time ago. I was terrible with that tool. They make their walls nice and smooth, like skin. Mine was all bumpy. It's the same in mediation training. People are going to be afraid to pick up a tool, not know how to use it, but we have to force them to pick up these tools, to watch for self-determination, to make sure they're neutral, to make sure they're summarizing, to make sure they're asking if I'm correct, make sure they're saying, is there anything else? To make sure they're running the stage properly. You have to pick up those tools. And the more you use the tools, you pick up the tool, put it in your hand, you gain confidence with the tool, competence with the tool. Then you can take that tool and make it your own, stylizing out with your mediator style, confidence, and courage. And then that tool is mastery. The tools become easy And when I trained the other day, I went too fast because I'm just so used to doing it. So I trained too fast. And then I was like, Kathleen, please slow down. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Mastery can be a problem. We have to make sure that we're using our tools effectively. When we get to the mastery level, we can be too fast. So we have to slow down. But neuroscience tells us when people pick up tools, their intuition is off and their conscious knowledge is off. And that doesn't feel good. That feels clunky. And I tell people, you feel uncomfortable and clunky? Congratulations. That means you're growing. We want growth, no matter if we're at the mastery level or if we're at the beginning level. We want to grow as mediators and always grow, always learn, always grow. So this is what's happening with this module, with these ethical simulations. And people use them differently. And you can go onto YouTube and watch simulations of a mediator's opening statement if you want to. You can watch negotiation techniques on YouTube. But remember, facilitative mediation negotiates from clarity and accuracy first. You can settle a whole mediation without using a strategy. If you've got good clarity and accuracy and you've gotten rid of that, all that emotional tenor, just people seeing things clearly, can reach a settlement agreement. Remember, when you pick up those negotiation strategies and techniques and getting to yes and all those great books that are written about strategies and techniques, you're forcing people into a strategy. You're forcing people to use a technique. You're taking a tool from outside the mediation, not that it's good or bad, and you're bringing it into the mediation. You should only do that when negotiating from clarity and accuracy isn't working. Then you can go, okay, shall we consider some bracketing? How about a high-low? How about a mediator's figure? How about a walk-away figure? How about a blind figure? Please write down, and the mediator will choose. Those are all negotiating techniques and strategies, not negotiating from clarity and accuracy. So please understand the difference between the two. Moving on to for mediator competence and assessment. We have to understand how good we are at this somehow, some way. Everyone across the globe is trying to find this kind of place. We want the best mediators, and to have the best mediators, we're going to approve of them because their skills are so good and they're so good at what they do. This is kind of where the mediation world is ending up because people have experienced a mediation table with not a good mediator. I was mediating with a retired judge in New York State one year, and that retired judge lied about the offer. He actually changed the offer that was made and lied to the other party about it for a strategy. That is not a good idea. When the mediation table is supposed to be authentic, I had to fix that problem in the mediation. I had to fix a problem with an ex-male judge. I'm a white woman, and I'm having to fix a problem with a man. It wasn't fun. I had to fix it because the mediation table has a culture of authenticity, transparency. The mediation table isn't court. In court, lawyers ask questions to what you already know the answers to. In mediation, our competence lies in asking questions we don't know the answers to at all. Our competence lies in securing our position, being comfortable in the unknown, being comfortable in the uncomfortable without knowing, paying 100% attention to the stage that we're in, leaving the settlement agreement alone and trusting that if we run each stage well with our competence, the settlement agreement will take care of itself. We're not rushing forward. We're not worried. We're not trying to manipulate our table, our people, our process. We're just, with our confidence, we are running each stage fully and effectively, 100% present with the stage that we're in, fully present, proving that we're actively listening. So managing mediator competence is something difficult to do. For myself personally, when I first started mediating, I was scared to death to mediate. My mentor made me draft a settlement agreement in court. I was so scared, my whole arm was shaking as I was writing out the settlement agreement. This is like back in maybe 2013. I am not good. I'm not confident in myself when I've never done something before. And this is what we need to remember. Mediation takes time. It's a dialogical praxis, praxis, because we learn about ourselves as we're learning about others. This is a relationship, and it takes many relationships with many mediations to really get good at all of our craft. You have already talents that you're bringing to the mediation table. There's some things you're already good at, but there's other things we all have to learn. And we have to try again and try again and try again. I did not open up my own private practice until I had an 83% settlement rate in court. I was a high school teacher for 22 years. I taught students. In the United States, 83% is a B grade. I said, okay, to my self-assessment, I've got a B now. I can open up my own practice. I won't hurt anybody. I won't make any big mistakes anymore. I won't hurt my own reputation because I'm kind of good at what I'm doing now. I'm helping people get to an 83% settlement agreement. That's pretty good. If you look into my LinkedIn profile, you'll see that my settlement rate is higher than that now. And I'm happy for people. I like the fact that I have a settlement rate. In the mediation community, some people poo-poo that and say, oh, that's not important. Yes, it's important. Oh, it's very important. People's lives being successful when they leave the mediation table, people leaving with a settlement agreement that works in their real life, that's important. And me working as hard as I possibly can to help them get there, that is so important to me. It's very important. I'm not sitting at the table as a mediator caring less that they're not successful, or I don't care if they're successful or not successful. No, that's not my vibe. I want people to be successful at my table. I want them to believe in life again. I want them to have new hope and new faith in life again. I want that for people. That's what keeps us going in life. Mediation is spiritual. There's a spiritual component to your mediation table, tapping into spiritual values. So the way that we approach assessment, step one in the bottom, you watch your trainer do something. You get feedback from your trainer, step two. You do something in front of your trainer, and they tell you, but trainers, be sensitive. People are different learners. You know, when I taught the other session, the first session, module 2, people learn in different ways. So make sure your words are honoring the way that they're learning and not shutting them down because it's not the way that you learn. Look at the learning styles again and understand how to teach people according to their learning style. Today, the lady that was crying, you know why she was crying? And I told her, I said, Stephanie, you are so good at your job, and your job has so much structure in it. You know all the rules, everything you're supposed to do. The mediation was forcing her not into structure. It was forcing her into flexibility. She had so much freedom. She panicked. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know what questions to ask because there was no structure for her. She had to go into her own brain and come up with her own questions. And she panicked. But I said, this is so good for you. You're going to learn to feel confident when there's no structure around you and you have to create it yourself. This is a good experience. Thank you for always going first. And the good news is you won't go first tomorrow for the mock mediation, and you won't go first for your videotape assessment. But she broke down crying. because she had no structure to cling to. Because in mediation, after people give their opening statements, you ask curious questions to find out more about the past. Those questions come from your own brain. Those questions come from your judgment. Those questions come from you looking at the pre-mediation documentation. So when you're giving feedback and you got a trainer-led simulation steps 1 and 2, please understand what you're throwing people into. Please understand who they are and work with their learning style, work with their intelligences. Ethics hearing panel, in step 3, we don't really see much of that yet in mediation. When you're a lawyer, you have the bar that will hear a complaint and judge the ethics of the complaint and maybe put a lawyer on probation. But that's a profession. That's a professional ethical standards hearing. Mediators, we're only practicing. We're kind of like a doctor. A doctor calls his practice a practice. Well, we're a practice without a professional stamp. We train for 40 hours and get a certificate that says we can become a mediator. That's not a profession. I trained to be a high school teacher 4 years. I trained to even start teaching in the classroom. Then I had to train 2 more years to get my master's of education, which you see in those letters next to my name. That's 6 years of training to be a teacher. That's a profession. So we're not a profession. So this really hasn't taken hold yet. And because mediation is so confidential, because we rip our notes up and throw them away, it really only is someone's word against your word. So it's really hard to have an ethics hearing panel here in the United States. We have like a person in each state that's in charge of the mediation community or whatever they want to call it, but they don't have any teeth. There's no power in that. You can go complain to them, but they're not going to levy any kind of decision about you. Even if everyone complains about you, they don't have any power to do anything about it. They just listen to the person and said, well, so sorry that happened. I don't know of any mediator that's been contacted because someone's complained about them. The competence assessment is a little easier. I know in my training this week, I know when someone's summarizing when they're not. That's how I'm assessing them. And I'm saying, you didn't summarize. Excuse me, 1 moment. Stop, everyone. Time out. You didn't summarize. Please summarize what you just heard. I say thank you. And then I go off camera again. That's how I'm forcing competence. I'm forcing people to pick up these tools and use them. And they summarize to the best of their ability. But there are practical skills at the mediation table, and some are better than others. And some are into the deep structure. Some mediators don't even go into deep structure ever. You're just doing a commercial mediation. It's just moving along. No emotions, nobody's crying. None of this until you hit impasse. Then it becomes emotional. Then you need your facilitative skills. Facilitative mediation is the most difficult one to learn, but it's the one that's the most effective to help you get through conflict, like hot knife through butter. Very effective, these facilitative skills and that tool box list that I gave to Manchun. Try them on, practice them when you have a chance to do that. Step 5, the coaching I've already mentioned. We watch you. We take notes about what you're doing, what you're saying. We write them down, and then we give our feedback. Remember, that's subjective feedback. You could have 10 coaches. They may say 10 different things to you. 5 of them may say the same thing, and the other 5 may say something different. All 10 of them may have something different to say. When you coach someone from your own style, that's subjective. Standardized, objective, formalized competence assessment is different. We don't really have that yet in place. We have like IMI, where they are approving of curriculum to teach mediators. it's us, the teachers, that are teaching it. And they are also, you can become IMI certified. You're going to go into their training and they're going to put their eyes on you and decide if you've accomplished enough to become an IMI certified mediator. So there's a place you can go to get competence. IMI is huge. Huge, huge, huge. That's a good place to go get your competency. That's beyond this training. They have their own training with their own standardized expectations that you have to work very hard to pass, to become IMI qualified, certified. I've helped people pass their class. That's how challenging. And it should be. If they have high standards, it's going to be challenging. What I trained for, it's not as challenging. You can fail the competency exam, what I train for, if you boss people around too much, if you forget to say the extra layer of confidentiality all the time with the caucus sessions. That's about it to fail that course. So you decide the training that's available to you that you want to try. The advanced mastery, part of advanced mastery would be to take trauma training. After this class, you should find somewhere to take trauma training, because working with people in true trauma at the table, true trauma, deep trauma, where people collapse at the table, where people don't have their words at the table. That's a whole different story than someone just being tipped over because they're not getting what they want. Refugee camp experiences, war experiences, that's deep trauma. Abuse experiences, physical abuse, emotional abuse, that's deep trauma. And you can take a class, how to handle and become trauma trained as well. It's a great class to take. I've taken 7 different basic mediation trainings across the United States, including Hawaii. I've taken conflict coaching class from Marie, forgot her last name now, in the UK. And I've taken trauma training once in Seattle, and I've taken restorative justice twice, once on the East Coast, once on the West Coast. Restorative practices, restorative justice. All those are very close, connected to each other, and they're all good to have, because now when I mediate, I can bring all of those skills to the table. And when someone cries at my table, guess what I don't do? Because of my trauma training. My trauma training taught me that when someone cries, it's relieving their nervous system. It's the nervous system that's the gateway to the mediation table. It's the nervous system that's the gateway to people feeling safe or not. It's the nervous system that gets alerted when people are in danger. So when I took the trauma training, I don't offer people Kleenexes anymore when they're crying. I let them cry because I've been taught, and neuroscience says tears bring relief. Why should I stop someone from crying? I don't. I never offer tissues at my table because of my trauma training. One time I was mediating, I was crying. They were crying, I was crying. They said, Kathleen, would you like a tissue? I said, no, thank you. I'm mediating. Everyone was crying, and we all sat in that space. I shared the trauma with them at the table. That's just my style. Doesn't have to be your style, but I didn't offer any tissues. Believe neuroscience. Believe your learnings about the nervous system. It is the gatekeeper always. It's about those spidey senses. It's about the fascia in the body. It is quantum intelligence, the fascia inside the body. It's just under the skin. It's H3O. It's a gelatin. It's not water. And it picks up everything that happens in the environment. It pays attention to every word you say. There's a Christian principle. The tongue has the power of life and death that Christ taught. It's true. Because everything you think, everything you say, everything you experience The fascia inside, they have little tendrils and they break and they reform. You know how you can tell that your fascia is upset? You can take your fingers and push down on your body. It should never be tender anywhere that you push. That means your fascia is broken and needs to reconnect to be strong again. Any little tender spot on your body should never exist. And I have a fascia tool that I run over my body, because when I run that tool over my body, the fascia disconnects and then reconnects. That's your quantum intelligence fascia. And that's what happens when people die, almost die, and they say, I saw my whole life go before my eyes. That's the fascia remembering everything that happened to them as a human being and just playing it back because they're close to death. This is what is at our table. This is complicated, it's beautiful, it's delicate, and it's strong. Be careful. Go get your competency. Go get your extra training. Be careful with people at your table and celebrate the victories that people will have at your table because you have been careful and you have chased down your competency. Let me click here and go to the next. Lastly, coaching mediators, training components. When we're coaching mediators, I've mentioned already, it's a lot of subjective, but you also are having a list of tools like my list that I gave to Nanchun. That list of tools, I only developed it because people said, Kathleen, can you please put all these tools on a piece of paper? See, that's what people wanted from me. I was just rambling through the tools. Oh, this and that and this and that. And like, Kathleen, can you just put it down on a piece of paper? So I did. For classes, you want to have a structure in paperwork of what people need to know before you role play, observe them. And you want to teach the tools. You're helping people bridge a gap from their knowledge to this new knowledge of becoming a mediator. This new knowledge, which means they're going to have to run a process with the structure of the stages, the structure of the written words on paper, understanding that they're going to have to make sure the flexibility of the verbal conversation matches the exactness of the words on paper. Words in the air need to match the words on paper. I say when people start talking and it doesn't match the written documentation in front of me, I say, excuse me one moment, thank you for what you just said. I heard you say this, this, and this, but please turn into your document, page 25, paragraph 3, line 5. The words on paper do not match your words that you just told me. Help me understand what's happening. That's conciseness. That's precision. That's chasing clarity and accuracy because I don't have it. Everything has got to match and be dovetailed as you chase clarity and accuracy. That's why I'm saying, and you also sound frustrated. I've got to chase the clarity and accuracy with the emotional tenor as well. If I don't relieve that emotional tenor, if we don't take care of that emotional tenor and validate that and name the emotional tenor at the table and ask people on a scale of 1 to 10, how upset are you right now? That's going to carry over into the negotiation stage. And now we have a problem because we want the front of the brain to think for negotiation, but no, it's turned off because the back of the brain is still raging because the nervous system is still upset and the back of the brain is still inflamed. We have to learn to tell people, I'm not sure you're ready for negotiation yet. You still seem very upset as your mediator. We have to learn to use our title as your mediator. We have to learn to use our process. Right now, we're in the opening joint statements, and we won't be negotiating yet for a while. So please save those numbers for later. We have to be willing to use our process. We have to be willing to use our table. Right now at the table, everyone's upset. I want to thank you, gratitude tool. I want to thank you for your passion today at this table. Is everyone still comfortable talking to each other this way? Oh, you are? Okay, continue. I'm taking notes. I'm going to interrupt. You asked me earlier, why interrupt? I'm going to interrupt because when people are talking to each other, I'm going to say, excuse me 1 second. I think I heard something important. Is this a partial agreement that you just said right now? It is? Okay, thank you. Let me write it down. Please, everyone, write down we have a partial agreement. Okay, continue. Interruption tool. It may be against culture in some countries, but it's still a mediator tool that you'll need to use for emergency reasons. Please continue talking. So when we are enhancing their competence with our comments and forcing them to try these tools and correcting their vocabulary, vocabulary is everything to a neutral mediator, to a facilitative mediator. We need to speak in a way with neutral vocabulary that doesn't trigger people. We can't call people stupid, dumb. We need to say instead, what are your thoughts on what you did? What are your thoughts on what happened? We need to speak with neutral vocabulary. We need to say what, how, and tell me more about that, please. And inside our brain, we're thinking, oh, that was stupid, that was dumb, but we're not saying it. But because we think that was stupid and dumb, and our brain, our judgment, we trust ourselves. Use your judgment, trust your judgment, trust your brain, use your brain. That is not being not neutral. Your brain and your judgment, you need it. But you turn that judgment thought inside your brain, you turn that question inside your brain, turn those thoughts inside your brain into a question or a directive. Can you tell me more about this, please? I'm not quite sure I understand everything yet. I'm not sure I quite understand the wisdom of what happened here. Hear that mediator vocabulary? Wisdom instead of stupidity. Wisdom instead of dumbness. But inside I'm thinking, oh boy, that wasn't smart. That wasn't smart. But I'm not saying it. But I'm going to question it because I trust myself. You are the most important person at the table because you're running the process. This is about learning to trust yourself, your personality, your mediator style, your confidence, your courage. Sometimes it's very difficult to ask a very difficult question. So I'll tell people, I have a very difficult question to ask you. I apologize ahead of time for it. That's called framing. That's called cushioning, getting people ready to hear. So this is all part of the training components that we're doing. You know, when step one, when coaches are monitoring these sessions, that's specific feedback that's happening for people at your table in a really uplifting way or a challenging way. So you celebrate people's successes and then you challenge them to do something different. That's what a good coaching targeted feedback looks like. And sometimes I tell people, no, never do that again. Literally, those are my words. Because of this, this, and this. I'm helping people find their styles, and also they need to manage themselves. Self-management, develop their self-awareness. What really bothers you at this mediation? I can tell you one story that really bothered me as a mediator. I had a lawyer over in Washington State, and it was an online Zoom mediation. And I asked her, the typical mediator statement, to protect the confidentiality of this online mediation, can you assure me, number one, there's no one in the room with you? Number two, that you're not making recording of this mediation? And number three, that you're not transmitting this mediation with a thumbs up? She gave me thumbs up. And then she looked over her shoulder 9 times. I counted 9 times. See, when I am mediating via Zoom, like when I'm talking to all of you right now, I'm 12 inches from my screen. When I sit in physical presence with people, I'm like 24, 36 inches away from them. I'm not 12 inches from anyone in a physical mediation, but online I am. And I saw her look over that shoulder and I said, excuse me. Inside, I was saying, oh, there's someone else in the room. I can't believe she lied to me. That's what I'm saying on inside of Kathleen. The outside mediator, neutral Kathleen, was saying, excuse me, I've seen you look over your shoulder 9 times, and I pointed like this. Might there be someone else in the room? And she said, yes, my assistant. And I went inside Kathleen, went, oh my gosh. Outside Kathleen said, thank you very much. Could you please bring him to the camera so I can meet him? He came to the camera. And I said, so nice to meet you. I'm Kathleen. Who are you? Gave me his name. And then I said, are you going to be here throughout the whole mediation? He said, yes. And I said, okay, let me go tell the other side there's another person at this mediation. And also, would you please docu-sign the agreement to mediate so you also are going to be protecting the confidentiality of this mediation? And I paused the mediation for 15 minutes so the proper structure could happen. And she didn't like it. And she was the problem the whole rest of that mediation. I got so annoyed, I had to take a mediator's break and talk to my IT person for 5 minutes straight. I vented. I can't believe this. This is unbelievable. I've never had this happen to me before. And now she's even more mad because she got caught in a lie. And I went on and on and on. I had to, because of my self-awareness, I had to have a place to put it because I became triggered. Because not only did she lie to me, she got mad that I fixed it. She got mad. And all throughout that mediation, she kept poking me. So I vented for 5 minutes, got all my emotional triggers out of the way. Okay, Kathleen, breathe, reset the nervous system, inhale 3 times, exhale 3 times through the nose, nice and slow. It resets the nervous system. Remember, the nervous system is the gateway to the deep in people. It's the gateway to your table of being with people. And I went back to mediating, and that mediation settled. Okay. So step 4, these training structures are really important. So look for the training structure. And you're here in Nanchang. Nanchang's been doing this a long time. He runs a great program. I looked at his curriculum when he asked me to teach, and I said to him, this is brilliant. That's what I told him about the modules he sent me. I was so pleased at the conciseness of what he's teaching, what he wants to be taught here in this class. I literally said, this is brilliant. I rarely say that to people. I have very high standards. I rarely tell people that something's brilliant because I really rarely don't think so. I mostly don't think so. This is a brilliant curriculum. So you're in a good place. So you practice your skills. You ask questions. You ask challenging questions of your trainers. You say, what did you do if something like this would happen? And this happened to me. And what would you do? You're bridging the gap between theory and practice. That's why I like teaching for who I teach for. I don't just teach for anybody. I like to teach for modules that theory and then go practice. Go practice, go practice. More theory, practice, practice, practice. Get to know yourself, get to know the stages, belong to the process, belong to the table, belong to yourself. And know what's happening at your table. What's the body language at your table? Is someone rolling their eyes? I'm going to say so. I'm going to say, Nanshan, I just saw you roll your eyes. Can you tell me more about that? Oh, yeah. I'm not going to let somebody rolling their eyes go unmentioned at my mediation table. Mm-mm. Words don't match on paper. The words in the air, not going to let that go either. It's my job to chase clarity and accuracy. Someone sounds sad to me. I'm not going to let that go. I'm going to say as your mediator, this is the mediator guest tool. You'll see it on the paper. Seems like, sounds like, looks like, feels like. You as mediators, you have to guess. Doesn't matter if you're wrong. You say simply, thank you for that correction, dominate swan down into humility, which I mentioned before. Thank you for that correction. Oh, so you're not sad, you're actually a bit tuned out. Thank you for that correction. Can you tell me more about being tuned out right now? Chasing clarity, chasing accuracy. That's what we want to have people do in our training sessions. And that's what we want to have you do in the training sessions. Make sure you know everything, that every question is answered, that you wrap your mind around all of it, is what we're doing. So that being said, let's move into our questions or comments time in this training. Let me look at my time. Yeah, it's about an hour and a half of teaching or so. Questions, comments, challenges, wonderments.
All right.
About module 4.
Thank you, Kathleen, for creating time to be with us this morning. Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for creating time to be with us this morning. We're happy. The participants, I believe that, I hope you, I had to talk to Kathleen. I said, if she can slow down a bit, because the last class was very fast. Yeah. And so she tries to slow down, and I believe that some of us got what she said. Yes. So thank you, Kathleen. They actually got much better. They got what you've been saying. So do we have questions? I know that she mentioned certain things. I believe that we took note of them. Do we have questions for her? Yes. Okay. We have a question. Any more person?
Hi, Paul. Go ahead.
Okay. We have one question online. So let's take the virtual question first. Mr. Ibrahim, put on your camera. Put on your camera.
Okay, I'll do that. Just a minute.
I'm not hearing anything, Manchun. Can you repeat it for me?
Okay. Mr. Ibrahim, can you talk? You can speak. Put on your camera.
Okay.
Hi, Paul.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Thank God that you were so slow today. I think we got it better than the last time. My question is just a general question, and is boiled on while mediating, or especially when we are doing training. Some of these questions will come up. If one is going to have a caucus meeting or break, so that you can talk to the parties involved. I want to say, apart from that caucus break, do you need to have other breaks while you are mediating? For example, if there is a lunch or other break to go and take a rest or calm down, because sometimes emotions may rise and then you want things to calm down. Can you get another time for break before you come back and resume your negotiation?
I don't usually do that, Paul, because if someone is angry at the table and it becomes emotional, and I say, oh, let's take a break now, that I'm vilifying that person, because it seems like I'm saying you caused a problem. I'm also saying the mediation table can't handle this. And the other people that didn't get angry, I'm saying, oh, you're the good guy. So I've set up this false narrative. You're the bad guy because you got angry, and you're the good people because you didn't get angry. That is not neutral. Instead, what I do is I say, thank you for being willing to be so authentic right now. You are angry. I hear it in your voice. Remember, we're chasing clarity and accuracy as mediators. On a scale of 1 to 10, Paul, how angry are you right now? And you're going to tell me, I'm going to say thank you. See how I'm validating you, giving you autonomy, giving you agency. I'm naming what's happening, which is a real psychology, name entertainment. As soon as I name it, Paul, you're going to start to feel better. It's the nervous system. Oh, they hear me. The nervous system is going to start to calm down. Then I'm going to say, this is what I heard you say. You said this, and this. Is that correct, Paul? And you're going to say yes. Now you've accepted responsibility. Now you're thinking with your left brain instead of being angry. And then I'm going to say, believe it or not, is there anything else, Paul? I'm going to step into you and wrap my arms around you I am not going to treat you like rubbish or garbage because you got upset and now we have to take a break. But guess what? All the other people are sitting there. So now I'm going to turn to all the other people and I'm going to say, everyone, how was that for you to hear just now? And they're going to tell me, and I'm going to summarize. And I'm going to say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how was that for you to hear right now as well? And I'm going to summarize what they're saying. Is that correct? Is there anything else? And then I'm going to turn to the table. I'm going to say, what do we need to do now? Giving autonomy, agency, validation, and responsibility. But I'm also going to say, if you all can't decide what to do, I can make that decision. That is a much more honoring process than saying, oh, we better take a break. Because, and I also say the table is large enough to handle this. We want our table nice and large for all of the human parts of the mediation, as well as the factual parts of the mediation. A nice large table. And that's how I handle it every single time. And guess what, Paul? It's mastery. When I say mastery, that means it always works. Works 100% for me. Never lets me down. Great question. So the caucus session belongs to me, the mediator, if I want to use it for whatever reason, but I'm never going to use it right away because someone got angry. But it also belongs to the people. So I say in my opening statement, if you'd like to talk to me privately in a caucus, let me know. So I give the caucus full autonomy at the mediation table in the beginning as well. People call caucus for all these different kinds of reasons. And if one person calls a caucus to run a neutral process, you don't make the other person have a caucus too, you offer it to them. They can say no. That's autonomy, that's agency, but you have to offer the caucus to the other person to run a neutral process. And that's part of what I say about running a neutral process. It's important. Great question. Anything else, Paul?
No, thank you. Thank you. I'm okay.
You're welcome. Esther.
I saw Esther from Ghana.
Yeah, this essential using Esther's device. Thank you. In court-connected mediation, should one accept a video witness as a party who have taken videos like a marriage issue? Yes, dispute, yeah. And the man, out of jealousy, was taking video or pictures of the wife and brought it to mediation section to prove his point. Is it right to accept this? Thank you.
Well, yes, and maybe no. Yes, because anybody can bring materials to a mediation documentation. And this just happens to be a videotape documentation. But remember, proving that somebody had an affair is really a case for court. What I do when materials come to my mediation table like that, like a video, I'll put my hand on it, or I'll say, thank you for bringing these materials to the table. And I'm going to ask, we'll talk about that when we get to this point, or I'm going to ask, how would you like them to be used? See, part of mediation is recognizing the drama triangle. Nanchan, can you teach the drama triangle later? Look it up and teach the drama triangle, because the drama triangle person is either a victim, a persecutor, or a rescuer. That bringing a videotape is persecutor energy at your table. They want to prove. I want to get you. I got proof. That's persecution. That's like the prosecuting attorney in court. All right. So I say, thank you for bringing the materials. How would you like them to be used? When would you like them to be used? And then I'm going to turn to the other party and say, are you comfortable with that as well? See, mediation is about agreement. You can acknowledge the fact. You can ask what's on the video, and he's going to say, I've got proof that she's doing this, this, and this. And you can turn to the wife and say, is that something that you agree that's on this video as well? And what you really want to do, Esther, is chase the clarity and accuracy. Now a wife can say, yeah, it's true. That did happen. Now you've got your clarity and accuracy, and you're going to thank the wife for being that transparent. You're going to thank her for acknowledging that at the mediation table. But what that means to the agreement is down the road. And you're going to ask the person that brought it, Esther, how is this now for you to hear that she agrees that this did happen? There's where you're going to go with that. It just becomes something else. You're chasing the clarity and accuracy of, and then you're going to say, how does everyone want this information to be used at this mediation? Because we're not in court. See, mediation doesn't gather evidence. Mediation doesn't do discovery. That's why we're cheaper. That's why we're not court. And you're going to say to him, this is evidence for court. And how would you like to use it at the mediation table? Well, I just wanted for her to admit that it's true. Well, she has admitted it's true. Thank you for bringing clarity and accuracy. The gratitude tool at the mediation table, Esther, is so important. A little trap door in the brain flips over when you thank people. The brain likes to be thanked. Remember, we're dealing with the nervous system. We're dealing with biology. That is a great scenario, Esther. Does that answer your question? Esther, does that answer your question? I'm going to guess that it did. Anybody else? Question or comment? Are we all done with questions or comments?
Oh, sir. Sorry, I did not unmute. Yes, I said I am satisfied with your answer. I did the same as you have explained, because the man got to know. We made the man aware that it is it's only in court that that evidence can be used. So it was ignored, but in caucusing, he understood by the explanation that was given him, he realized that he shouldn't have brought it because it was out of jealousy. And what he brought wasn't anything to support his quest. So thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome. That's a good way to handle it. It really doesn't do any good at the mediation table, except, like I said already, if the wife is willing to admit that it's true, that's how you would get more clarity and accuracy, Esther, because she would agree. But when someone, Esther, truly, when someone brings a videotape, you don't know what's on that tape unless you look at it. So there's that too, Esther, as well, right? You can't chase the clarity and accuracy of something that you haven't seen. So there's that point as well. It could have just been a whole strategy. All right, so we have to think wide angle lens about things regarding mediation. Anyone else? Question or comment?
Okay, do we have any question online? If not, we'll take the physical participants. Any question? Online? Okay. So
I don't see any. No. Okay, everyone. It was so nice to be here again. I hope you enjoy the rest of your time with Settlement House with Nanchung. Him and his wife are beautiful people. And I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful time. Nice to be here.
Okay, what we have a question. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you for your time, and it was brilliant. Now, my take from module 1 and module 2, possibly going down, is there's a great need for development of special skills, especially maybe psychoanalysis and interpretation of body movements, eye movements, and things like that to be able to read and how to understand if party shows any of those to be able to go deeper to find out the underlying political part. And would it also be okay, or would you be advising on the knowledge of emergency codes, hand signals, the 4-finger signal, or Morse code, where probably pre-mediation or somewhere like you had somebody in the room with the lady that was looking over her shoulder, that gave you a clue. If she was blinking Morse code, would you have been able to read it? Or if she was tapping it, would it be a signal that something that a mediator should be able to do and take appropriate action?
If I understand you properly, should there be a secret code at the mediation table if somebody is in danger?
No, if
No.
the universal codes are used, if you were pre-mediation or just like the person you were mediating with, she was looking over her shoulder, and that gave you a clue that there was somebody else. If while you were talking, she was doing something like this, would you have read that she was in danger and needed something? That there was
Yes,
somebody
if there's a danger sign, we put there's something in the United States too. When people have been kidnapped, they'll make there's a code with your hands that you can use. If I see that, yeah, I'm going to go. Something's wrong, and I'm going to call a caucus, and I'm going to take that person away from the table with me into a private caucus. I'm going to say, you keep making a hand signal. What's happening? What's going on? But I'm going to have that conversation in caucus for sure. That's a great question. I've never been asked that before. That's a brilliant question. Yeah, we protect people at the mediation table. Everyone, we protect them. Absolutely. Sometimes, when I'm in court, I started out a court mediator for 3 years with 6 judges. In court, sometimes they'll let victims and perpetrators talk to each other. The victim always leaves first. You always let the victim leave first so they can make their way to safety, go home, get into their car, grab the bus. You keep the perpetrator with you until that victim has time to get away. You never let the perpetrator go first because they can lie in wait for the victim to come out of that courtroom, to come out of that mediation room. So these are the things we think about. And I've had criminal activity on the table out of Boston, and I was protecting my client with an executive 3-level bodyguard and having the mediation in court where everyone had to go through the metal detectors to make sure there were no guns. So we're always thinking about safety. Okay, great question. Thank you for it. Anybody else?
Okay, so any more questions? Okay, so in the absence of Kathleen, in the absence of any other question, I want to especially appreciate you as a patron to this institution and for always creating time out of your busy schedule to be with us, to teach, whenever we call upon you. The participants here are diverse. We have teachers, just like you. You have lawyers, you have magistrates, you have customary judges, high court judges, among others. And they really appreciate the effort you have put in. More so, you have to, you wake up from sleep and you have to go back to sleep just to ensure that is appreciated. So please, for those of you, you can drop your LinkedIn profile so that those as many as want to connect with you, you can actually connect with Kathleen. She does a lot of mediation activities, nationally, internationally, competitions, trainings, master classes. She does. So please, you can connect with her. And you see, she's always from one country to the other, teaching mediation and practicing mediation. We are grateful, ma'am, for the time, and we pray that this new sets of agents of change will actually make impacts in our society, and they will look forward to you for mentorship, for guidance. Please, if they reach out to you, we will really appreciate that you create time to attend to them. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you on behalf of the management.
Thank you, my friend. For you and your wife, always, Nan Chung, and I'm so honored to be in front of such an amazing audience. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to go back to sleep. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you.
So, we appreciate you for participating from the beginning to this point. We are really grateful that you are patient, you're consistent, against all odds. Most of us may have a lot of activities that would have kept us away. But while away, some of us still joining online. That's why we appreciate technology that gave us the opportunity. So even when you are working, you can actually be listening. So you are utilizing the time. So we appreciate you. We appreciate you. At this juncture, I think it would be right for us to take our breakfast, right? Yes. So I think we can take breakfast. Today we made wena. Yes. So, but we also had I don't know what they used to call it. Getras, breakers, small buns or something.
There's bonds.
Okay, small ones in case if you may not want to go which way now. But I think they brought tea, right? So there's tea, so you can take tea, and there's also pepper in case you want to take the way now with pepper. So we can take our breakfast, then we can now come in to do we have a lot of practicals today. A lot of practicals. So let's take the breakfast and don't sleep. Thank you very much. Before we go, we want to especially welcome my Lord for coming all the way from Jos. Thank you. Thank you. So we are actually taking introduction. So we have the kind privilege of having you introduce yourself. Everybody has also that we will get to know ourselves briefly.
Delivery for widows online. Because the food, it will be very palatable, and we are not part out.
All right, thank you. All right.
So enjoy, all the best. We are enjoying with you spiritually.
All right.
Fellow participants. My name is Christine Dabo. I retired from the High Court of Plateau State in 2022. I've been doing little things around. Currently, I'm a commissioner in the Police Service Commission. And my schedule has been tight, so I was not able to attend Friday, Saturday. I really joined Monday, Tuesday. Yesterday brought me on the road. So I decided that since I came here for the function, I should join. Let me see you and you see you. Maybe I'll be somewhere else. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So quickly, can we also introduce ourselves briefly so that we all will get to know you in case. So let's start from you. Short. Yes.
My name is Walid Shauki Karim. I'm a holistic health therapist and a teacher.
And it is Rebecca Kwanzu, and magistrates with the Head of Justice Governance.
My name is Abdurrahman Murray. I'm a therapy coach, holistic as well.
Hello, my name is Abbas Abdullah Masana from New York. You're welcome.
My name is Martha Simons Bruce, the business is one. See where I want
I'm most especially a teacher.
Okay.
My name is Olan. So a social data analyst. I taught maths and data analytics and research general.
Yeah.
Good morning, my lord. I am Wakimbo Agil, a legal practitioner.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Aisha Lassie. I'm a businesswoman and a consultant.
Are you a lawyer? She has forgotten that. My lord, she has forgotten that she's a lawyer, so that she's carried away. She's carried away by the business she does. You are what? Okay, I thought you said honorable practitioner. Yes, sir.
Sorry, good morning, my lord. My name is Joshua Zakanyam. I'm a customary court judge. Customary court of appeal. Nice meeting you.
It's just that he's bearing platoonium and he's saying it's from Kaduna.
From Southern Kaduna, yes.
Thank you, my lord. I'll clarify them so many times.
My name is Laura Mukere.
And the chairman of FIDA.
So I'm the vice chairperson of FIDA. I'm the vice chairperson Catholic Commission. I am the secretary of the Remuneration Committee.
When we need our money, we'll come and collect it. Yes.
Good morning, my lord. My name is Mariam Abdul. I'm a lawyer and I work as a legal research officer to a High Court judge. Thank you. You're welcome.
Yes, so Oga, thank God you were missing before.
Okay.
Just introduce yourself.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, I'm Ezekiel Abalaka. I supply IT equipment center. I'm a computer scientist
All right, so thank you very much for all the wonderful introductions. It's actually important. So those online, please, you can put on your camera and just tell us about yourself.
Okay, I'm Innocent Shadumeda from
Just
Ghana.
a minute. Okay, you can go ahead.
My name is Shadumeda. In Ghana, a court-connected practitioner in ADR, a legal practitioner, and then a retired chief meteorological technician. I'm also an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Next.
Thank you. My name is Paul J. Ibrahim. I'm a retired public servant, and presently I practice as a consultant of management development trainer, as well as a consultant in immigration facilities. I'm a farmer, as well as, by the grace of God, a pastor of a church. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Wow.
Okay, good job.
Thank you. Which of the church, sir?
All Christian Fellowship Mission.
All right, we're happy to have you, sir. Okay, next.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
My name is
Yes.
Yaji Awandu. I'm a lawyer. I'm also an API practitioner as well.
We can't hear you, ma.
Yeah,
We
can you
can't
hear
hear
me
you.
now?
Please, can you say again?
Yes, please confirm you can hear me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Yaji Awandu. I'm a lawyer and an API practitioner. I'm also a trainer. Thank you. It's good to be here.
All right. You didn't tell us that you are a management consultant, certified trainer in Nigeria, and you refuse to come to Kaduna to train us. You have forgotten that, but I've added it for you.
Thank you.
Right. I think I saw Aqua somewhere. All right. Go ahead, sir. Cannot hear you. Are you speaking, Mr. Alcom?
Why is he not here?
So they say, why are you not here? So, introduce yourself first. Don't give us explanation. Just introduce yourself with your yogurt.
Can you, can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Can you face the light? Face the light. Face the light. Turn and face. Good. That's how you do it.
Okay. My name is Akko Elias. I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor. I'm also a... Thank you, sir.
You are a what?
I say I'm a teacher and I am a pastor and I'm also a businessman.
I thought you told us before that you are a builder. I'll be a mason.
Yes, I'm a professional builder. Yes, I'm a professional builder. I'm a teacher and I'm a pastor.
Which church, sir?
The Redeemed Christian Church of God.
All right. So thank you. I think that's all about online, if I'm not mistaken. All right. So thank you very much. Now we have participants from Ghana, from different some of the places, and then some of us are physical. So that's the beauty of technology. People can follow from wherever. So thank you very much. We'll just take a tea break shortly, take our breakfast, and then if we do fast, that will be better for us. Thank you so much. Please. No, 30 minutes, no, that would be 15 minutes. Let's say this is 11:15. Let's say 11:15. So thank you so much.
Sorry, Mr. Peter was out. He has come. Can he do his introduction, sir? Matthew, more recover magara more online to yeah, now we go off. Now we on go off. No.
Have they gone on break? Have they gone
Yes,
on break?
they have.
Okay.
Those online, confirm if you can hear me. Okay, so we have looked at evaluating, right? Facilitative and evaluative. And what? Mentioned this by evaluative, not transformative, evaluative, and facilitative kind of mediation. Are we together? Depending on the circumstance. Then we looked at negotiation, especially the kind of focused, interest-focused negotiation, isn't it? Where we learned from Lee some of the things that we need to do when we're doing negotiation, isn't it? Remember that negotiation is mediation, they are the same thing, just that where you have the assistance of a third party neutral, it becomes mediation. But if it is the parties themselves that are talking to themselves, that is what is called negotiation. So you can define mediation as what? Assisted team negotiation. When there is a negotiation and there is a third party that is assisting, remember that's what the mediator was. It becomes what? Mediation. Are we together? Yes. Then we now look at processes and stages of mediation, isn't it? That day we look at processes and stages. You must prepare. In preparation, you look at the foundation. You get to understand the strength and weakness of your case. Try to find out about the strength and weakness of the opponent's case. Find out about the likes and the dislikes. Look at where is the venue, what time are you allocating, when do you intend to finish, all those kind of preparations. You look at it at your preparation stage. So you see, that is doing like this and like this at the same time, and then you'll be wondering which one is it, yes or no, So you prepare. After preparation, you come to the opening stage where you give your opening statement as a mediator, introduce yourself, tell them about maybe your qualification and experience, tell them how they can address you, find out from them if they are legal practitioners, representative. They don't remember. If they have lawyers, you acknowledge the presence of the lawyers, tell them that they are welcome, you appreciate their presence. They should remember that it is a party-driven process. You need their experience and expertise, so they should listen very carefully. If there is anything that maybe their client is missing, or if there is something that has to do with legal, they should assist so that we can all go together. We together. Yes. Don't be hostile and say, no, it's a party, English lawyer, get out, get out. We have had a scenario where the lawyer was texting his client that don't agree to anything. So you need to carry them along. Are we together? So introduce the lawyers, let them introduce themselves. The parties, ask them how they want to be addressed. Very important. When someone says his name is Dr. Professor, Man of God, Imam Nanchan, when you want to address him, remember, if you cannot remember the name, write so that when you are calling him, you should mention those titles. Very, very important. In fact, some people, when you call them without their title, they will not be looking at you. They say they are not the one you are calling. And if you do that in a mediation session, the person will go off. Like you will not be forthcoming. So take note, introduce yourself. Then your opening statement. The first opening statement is that of the mediator. The other opening statements, that's the party's own side of the story. And we advise that even though you don't have any particular order, it is what? Start with the person who brought the matter. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. So explain to them the processes involved in the mediation. You are going to have joint session, private session, caucusing. You are going to be asking them maybe some difficult questions. You do reality testing in your caucusing, when the need arises, and you will determine it, isn't it? So you are helping them to understand what will be happening. When the time comes, I can say, okay, this is time you want to have what? A caucus session. This is what caucus session is. It's also private and confidential. So you have explained to the parties. Remember when you ask them whether they have been in a mediation session or not, we say that answer, no matter what the answer is, still go ahead and explain to them. Mediation is not the court. You are not a judge. You are just there to do what? To facilitate, to assist them. And so they are going to be the one to be what? Discussing. They will be the one to be talking. They will be the one to be identifying the issues for determination according to lawyers. They are going to be the one to be setting the agenda. They are going to be the one to pick the agenda one after the other and discuss it. I mean, they are going to be the one to now look at a solution, craft a solution that befits their situation. Are we together? So when they understand that, and you tell them about the principles of mediation, is voluntary, you are neutral, you are going to treat them without any form of partiality. You are not interested in the outcome of their process or procedure. Are we together? Are we together? That's what you inform them. And you are going to let them know that the principle of self-determination, they are the one that will determine the case by themselves, isn't it? And they have the choice at any point in time they can withdraw. So if they stay, it is at their discretion. That's why at the end of the day, they have an agreement, because binding can be adopted at terms of settlement, and it can become consent judgment. And you know the position of consent judgment is always the best form of solution, because you can't appeal against it. When you go before judges or area judges, they will ask you, they will want the parties to be there with their legal representative. They will ask, this thing, is that the position party A, party B? Once you say, yes, that is the position, they will enter as consent judgment. Are we together? We did a matter representing a corporate client, and we were thinking if that judgment is delivered, it will be to our favor. But our clients are too anxious and afraid of the outcome, right? They decided to negotiate a settlement and pay almost 5 million or so, to the other party, and we are not happy. That terms of settlement was adopted. We just wish that they would, in fact, I wish they would read the judgment, even though we have settled. They should read the judgment. Let us get to hear what the court would have done, even though we have settled and we have paid. Right? So that would have been started to show you the power. The terms of settlement that was adopted overtook all the processes in fact, even the judgment of the court can be compromised by the parties. Post judgment, like court say we award 10 million, the parties can come and say we accept 10,000 naira, and then they will do post judgment settlement. So we have the High Court, we have the Court of Appeal, we have Supreme Court, all there are area centers. Are we together? So this thing we are talking about is a way of life. It's very, very important. So that is the processes and stages. Your opening statement is very key. I've explained. That is the first thing you should do. It sets the course of what? If you have a party that does not understand why it's there, like one of the situations we had here, and then say, why are we here? I thought you are going to just take the decision. You remember the scenario, isn't it? So you explain. That is your opportunity to explain to the parties. Are we together? Once you do that, the second day, what did we do? On Saturday was what? Huh? No, it was on Friday we had Bola. No, that was on Monday. The second day we had what? Saturday you had what? Yes. So we discussed what are the causes of conflict, the conflict dynamics. We discussed about yes, we looked at some of the provisions of Amman. We looked at the pillars, sustainers of conflicts, and all of those kind of things, isn't it? And then how do you analyze? How do you analyze the conflict? That's very, very important. We look at why do you analyze. The purpose of analysis is to help you understand who are the parties, who are the stakeholders, what is the pillar, and all of who are those things. If you don't know them, you may end up sometimes the parties may just be fighting, but the main thing that is pushing the fight is not the parties themselves. So if you don't know who is putting the fire and you are quenching this one, you are just wasting your time. Did you agree? Do you know that some of the women that will push you to go and get a divorce, they are with their husband, and they will be enjoying this. She say, no, I don't take that kind of thing. And that's how many young people have been led into doing all manner of things, because they will tell you that I took like 5 cigarettes. You know, I was high. And do you know that it may just be a lie? It's not as if something is. So that will make the person to go and do it.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Not like what you just said on that that the person that is not even part of the parties that is actually fully confused. Now, how do you deal with that person? Can you invite the person? Can you talk to the person, or what options do I have as a mediator to deal with that kind of person?
Okay, so now, if you have a situation, let's say marital, matrimonial matter, and I'm just, let me say, you have a matrimonial matter, family issue, where let's say the mother is pushing her daughter to go for divorce. Are we together? And so, and you now say, okay, let us, you see the husband and wife are quarreling, no, let's go for divorce, they are fighting, and the mother is quarreling. Is it possible for you to actually resolve that matter without the presence of the mother? Is it possible? No. Why is it not possible? It's in the background. So that's why you do conflict analysis. You want to understand. Yes, shadow parties. You want to understand who are the pillars. What is the sustainer of that conflict, isn't it? And then you develop strategy on how to. Now, some people will now tell you that I had a situation where saying, let us meet. Since it's matrimonial matter, let's meet and settle. In fact, there is compulsory conferencing in matrimonial court. They refuse to, they are not willing to. We say, okay, come, you can invite they don't even want you to meet anybody, like, we are bent to do this thing, because that is what we want to. So I remember mediation is voluntary. If the parties at the end say we are not bringing the relevant people, how will we do? You have to let them go. At the end of it, they will have to sort themselves out in court, isn't it? But parties have to be willing to take part in the mediation. I had a mediation session that when they assigned the matter to me, the lawyer filed that's in mediation, filed a notice of preliminary objection.
Inside mediation.
Yes, ma'am. Because it's not that they say in the High Court of Kaduna State, in the multi-law courthouse, this and that. So what are you talking about? So please, we should go and build multi-law courthouse for us outside of the High Court. So that people will not be thinking that, because as far as it's concerned, maybe it is.
But it also has its advantage now of being inside the court. Some people will not come. But knowing that if they see court now, they will know that it has its blood force of law. And they will want to be violent. Yes, they will respect themselves when they come. Those are not, they don't want to cooperate. This relationship yes.
That is psychological theology. Yeah. And so, but you know, we are trying to remove the psychological aspect of it, because you know that what is called compulsory mediation, where they will say it's mandatory, but you know they say you can you can force a horse to
The water,
but you cannot force it to take the water. So when you say it's compulsory, still it cannot succeed if the parties are not willing. But when you say I must go, I will go. Say, what do you have to say? Anything he says is correct. You know this kind of answer. Anything he says is correct. So we are not forcing people. We want them to. So most times we want the parties. I think the sentiment will be the parties. If we say we are going to deal with the girl and the boy who got involved, we wouldn't have, they don't even have authority over themselves, so to say. Are we together? So we have to, we had the father, we have the mother, we have the spokesperson for the family who says the one anything, it is what he says that will stand. Then on the other hand, we have the mother and the son. So when the thing gets hot, at some point you just feel like let's just give up because this people, when you do something, another thing, will come up. So we have to have these stakeholders because when they finish, when you go and agree and the spokesperson of the family has not spoken, then you are wasting your time in this. Do you understand? So you need to identify who are the critical people, that you need. Sometimes the person will tell you that I need my pastor or I need my imam to be around, isn't it? And the other person, all you need to do is to confirm from both parties. Do we agree that okay, this one say he wants his pastor, this one say he needs his imam, or I need my wife to be around, so both parties should agree. If one party says no, you can't bring your wife, you can't bring, so it has to be the parties themselves. So but where it is a situation where the parties themselves will not have, like in the instance I was giving you, the children themselves may not have the capacity to take certain decisions. Are we together? So we take note of that. So that's why we did conflict analysis. And then what else do we do? Role play. Role play and what? Again, that's on Saturday. Yes, on Saturday. And what? Saturday. What else again? Okay, then on Monday, what did we do? Communication. Okay, so we look at communication because it's all about communicating. You are looking for a mediator who will help because most times breakdown in communication actually is the sustainer of the conflict. Are we together? Yes. Breakdown in communication is the sustainer of the conflict. So if you have breakdown in communication, it means that when persons who are in conflict cannot communicate, you call is not picking. You have a problem and you cannot discuss. It was our life. I entered my guest toilet. I saw something like I feel like a death. I went there almost 2-3 times. I was like, this woman that used to clean this thing, how will she come and see a toilet and see this thing like that and just leave it? Why won't she clean it so that that thing will go off? So he kept bothering me, and then in fact I was almost reacting, and I said, no, let me just wait and ask question. Then I now ask my wife, I said, this cleaner, is that she doesn't used to see this stain. Then my wife told me that actually that thing is not a stain, that it is a crack. Toilet seat now is like something punctured, so you just see the thing there. So I was just wondering. Now I was just imagining if I had reacted based on just what I see. Later on, maybe it's only pride that will make me not to go and apologize to the woman to say that actually I'm very successful. No, I'm your employee. This thing you did, okay. That kind of, you just take the boss kind of this thing. And even if you are apologizing as a boss, as somebody who, you should, that kind of thing. So that makes me, and I've seen a couple of videos. A man was watching something on his phone, and then he was kissing the phone. Then the wife, was watching, and she turned and saw him kissing the phone. All of a sudden, she just carried the water and the everything, and poured it on the man, and just grabbed the phone to see what he was kissing. Lo and behold, it is her picture. She was so ashamed. She was kneeling down. Another scenario that she slapped the husband like serious one.
Sir, who gave that story?
Yeah?
No, it's on
I said I saw a video. I saw a video. I saw it there. What I'm trying to tell you, sometimes you should not be hasty at we need emotional intelligence, isn't it? Don't be hasty. The thing is all around. When you are not hasty, you relax and you try to find out. Always give an opportunity for an explanation. If you do so, you may save yourself a lot of things. And communication, most times, that is what people do. When they are in conflict, they will refuse any form of communication deliberately. And when there is no communication, what will happen? Something that will say, oh, no, it was a mistake, oh, it was not intentional. Are we together? It was a mistake and not intentional. That would have been something that could have been avoided. But you see, but that was not the situation. When you take hasty decisions, you are going to run into this kind of problem. So that's why we looked at communication and different forms. And that communication is at a form of a kind of mastery, at a mastery level. Look at different kinds of way you communicate. Sometimes people communicate more. In fact, when you look at communication, according to the Carnegie also, it says communication is like 30%. It's just like 30% verbal. And about 70-something percent. 7%. 7% verbal. Then tone is 38%. Then the remaining all is what body language. So you need to, that's how our judges they read the room. They read and they say they don't overturn their judgment in appeals, because they say they are the one who interacted with the parties, with the people, and they saw their behavior, their demeanor. Somebody will be like, what that is doing, he was doing like this and like this at the same time. Then you'll be wondering, which one? Is it yes or no? Which one are we saying yes and no at the same time? Somebody is saying, is that true? He said yes with his mouth, but his head is doing like this. And then you are like, okay, so I don't understand. Is it the yes that you said or this thing? The shaking of the head. Are we together? So communication is very key. That's what we have learned. And we have seen different strategies. Our body language will communicate, they say communication is so important that sometimes when I teach communication, I use something they call it sorry, those of you they call it there is a scenario. They said I wish I can write. Okay, I think I will write it. I will write it so that we can see. I do it. Can you see what is on the screen? Can we see what is there on the screen? What is the difference? That difference in meaning, can somebody call it for us?
I can do it. Can't do
Okay, those online. This is what I'm looking at. Those online communication. If you're calling somebody that will organize your wedding ceremony, and it's slated for Saturday, and you call him on Wednesday, and you hear, I can't do it. I can't do it. Oh, and then you thought it's, I can do it. What is the difference? What's the impact? Disappointment. We're talking about communication because you see, sometimes you don't have opportunity to explain. You may not be there. That's why when you look at communication, you look at the message, you look at the channel, you look at the word, the receiver. So in between the message, the channel that it was used, and the receiver, you may have different things that will interfere with it. So, and now, if I say I can do it, and actually what I'm trying to say is that I can't do it, like I cannot do it the way we speak. I can do it, I cannot do it. Instead of cannot, if you say I cannot, it will be very If I say I can't do it, I can do it. Sometimes you may want to hear what favors you. So if somebody is organizing, is going to decorate your wedding and you say I can't do it, and you heard I can do it, I think there is going to be serious crisis on that day. You call him on Friday evening. But I told you I can't do it. Say what? Like it can be a very serious problem. Are we together? So, and if for example I tell man, what would I do? Well, sometimes when you okay, please, let's close our eyes. Permission. Close our eyes. Both. This one, everybody should stand up. Everybody should close his eyes. I just want to do something. I can open my eyes. So I just want to so he's going to do something, he is going to pass it to this person will pass it to this person, and then this person will pass it to so I just want to do this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, men. You said men only. So you said men.
So you see, you didn't even when you are still worship there.
Men.
How did he do it? So what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? He did what? Okay, he did like this and he did what? Okay, he did like this and like this. Which one? The two. Okay, should be like this and like this, yes. Okay, now give me some. You gave me that. Okay, thank you. What I'm just trying to teach us communication. What happens between the message, the channel, and what? The receiver. What I asked him to do was he should shake and do like this. Now he has passed it to this person. This person has now passed it to this person. And this one has passed to this person. And this person has now passed it to this person. Now at the end of it, he is the receiver. And what he got was that he do like this. Like this. And you have to do like this. You do like this and before you shake. But what was the original message? You shake first, and then you do like this. You shake first and you do like this. What we receive at the end of it is you do like this. You do like this. Then you shake. Now, is it the same message? So you can see that the thing has changed completely. The message has changed. Before it got to the receiver, it has changed completely. That's how important communication is. It's not only communication, it's almost everything that we do.
Let me share with you just like when they called me.
Yes.
When I left my sister's house, the driver was meant to drop me here. She told him, I also repeated to him that he will drop me and go back. But since we are both strange in this environment, he's supposed to be the one. We went around the experience. I still emphasize that you will go back and meet my sister. By the time he came and brought us, I said, no, as soon as I drop, just go. I was surprised when he came and called me, and I've told my sister I've sent him to go. She waited and waited, didn't see him, then she called him before he called him, and I went up, what are you doing? You came back? He said, no, then, no.
So you can see, you see communication. So sometimes, imagine, you actually you want to pass a very important information to him, and you have to pass through this channel, and this is what he received, and he acted based on the instruction. Then you now come and query him, for doing the wrong thing. I didn't know that it was actually a message that was passed across. I was together. That's why when you are scared the mediation, you want to listen to the parties. You want to watch their body language. Sometimes you will notice that somebody is tensed. The mind is just there, but it's agitated. Like, so if you continue and you notice sometimes somebody is tired, right? It's like anything I say, yes, I want us to finish and go. Or somebody's mind is off the so you have to watch as you are listening and you are watching, you are using the verbal and non-verbal abilities to be able to assess the situation. You see a woman, you say, I hope everything is fine. To say yes, it's fine. With her eye is red, her body is telling you is passing a message that is not agreeing with what she's telling you. Say, please, I think at this juncture, let us we'll have focus. So you try and find out. When you have somebody between a husband and a wife, and you notice you are watching the parties, you know when someone is afraid, you know when someone wants to say something, and it's just like a father and a child, and you are trying to settle a dispute. What will you do? Sometimes our culture do not allow women to talk. Hey, keep quiet. How can a man be talking and you are talking? So she may end up taking the blame for something she has not done. Are we together? So that's communication. It's very, very important. So you know that you have to learn how to read body languages.
Sorry, sir, can I just share a text?
Yes.
You see, like we lower age, we personally, we the nothing point between the customary and the consumer flat. So oftentimes, have form of information in village health parts, then no matter what the end up. Honestly, I can tell you that over 70%, you find out that the people were not really allowed to see their man. If you want to say, so you have a way of just bottling up. So when they eventually find themselves out, that's when you hear a lot of things. So I personally have this problem of issues. It takes very few people, particularly if you go to the lower, setting of the Myanmar and the rest of that. You have a way of how do I use the word suppress? Certain things are suppressed. So when they eventually come to court, we see it. Now you can imagine when it eventually comes to information team. Because even in court, there's a tendency again that suppression will be there.
Because somebody will be there, where it's an open place.
Yeah.
Somebody will be there to go and report to the Senate or the ambassador.
Yes.
You know that this is what this person says. So
But
the person is afraid.
team, there is nobody there. So you see that risk, to just portray the point that mediation is actually winning. Mediation has, because even in court, there is a tendency not seeing entirely what you want to see. Like statistics in mediation. But of course, I think most of it is most of our traditional rulers. So somehow, even when the Dr. House was taking initiative to train the traditional rulers, I think it's really an effort in the right direction. Because these things is really something we need to look at.
All right, so some of us are going to design a mediation sensitization training for traditional class. So that should be one of the, yes, that's one of the things we are going to do. We are going to design, you know, yes, some of you will design for either church or mosque for let's say a kind of a working plan, anything you are going to, yes, you are going to design something. That's the essence of what we are doing inside. You want me to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say something about this education. How things said change. This is very evident in our courts. There's the rule that there should be an interpreter where the witness cannot understand the language of the court. Usually you find that sometimes the judge has to, if he understands the language, sometimes have to interject to correct the interpreter. Because he will say, the witness will say one thing, and then he will now interpret to the court an entirely different thing. So you
just imagine that the court does not understand.
The court does not understand the language he's interpreting from, then it will just be completely different outcome.
That's true.
So if that interpreter is compromised or he does not understand. No, he doesn't understand.
He cannot know the grammar, the way. Yes, ma'am.
That's the question.
Okay.
When it comes to mediation, I believe you said at mediation, the parties are free to talk. But sometimes some people have the tendency to ramble on and on and on and on. And while you are still trying to be empathetic to their situation and try to listen to them, sometimes the things that they are saying doesn't really make sense. And they are rambling, they just bring in issues that don't even have anything to do with that. But because I know that sometimes they have to unburden themselves, they are speaking from a place of pain. And I know that mediation sessions are not supposed to take too long.
No. There is no timing for mediation session.
So you can take up to 5-6 hours in a session.
Yes.
Wouldn't it wear out the other? Wouldn't it wear out both the mediator?
We have done a mediation session. How many hours? We started today.
It's almost 10 hours.
We started from the on the dog house. Now it is weekend, and one of the party will have to come from school and all of those things. So we have to go and arrange the menu outside, to go and meet. We started that meeting around what time?
We started about 2 in the afternoon.
We were there.
We were there till about 10 p.m.
10 p.m. I was going, my wife was started calling me. I was like, talk. Listen.
By that 10, you have not even concluded or
That was when we were concluding.
By 10.
10 p.m.
So what if still by that 10 you have not concluded?
You are adjourned for another time. That's why we say one of the qualities of a good mediator is what? Is patience. Actually, I was the one mediating. I have a co-mediator. He was also there as a co-mediator. So I was the leading mediator. If I had given up on the matter, we would have terminated it. I would have reported that the parties are unable to settle. But we persisted. People were having, remember, we learned about positions and interests. When you were coming, everybody was having a own position. And you must do this, you must do. They brought the first list. Then when we met at the Medical Court House, they changed the list that one has been overtaken by events. So I must do all these things before they can even settle. So that's how we started from there. In fact, the other person said they will not even accept the list. They don't want to even see it. So you see positions and interests. Now at the conclusion, both parties knelt down and we are begging for forgiveness. Nobody asked them to. We didn't say
completely about this.
No, yes, they will settle the issue. Now they on their own, later on change the terms of settlement. They changed it to the one that even favors them the most, isn't it? Yes. But that was possible because of the patience of those who at the point the female mediator had to leave. So they left. So left the two of us.
You get to the point that they themselves, it's a psychological thing. Your patients will have so strength that they themselves so I think they will be now just why don't you give it the rest now? We're pitying you. They do that.
So, in that mediation, I actually had another mediator called to, I don't know how they say, I'm conversant with this situation. These are actually, the parties, the mediator wanted to actually come into the matter and, say, you cannot force these and all those and all of those kind of things. If I have also gone with, what I did was I was not really, it was somehow so embarrassing, so to say, I don't expect that from a colleague anyway, but at the end of it, I diplomatically have to say, oh, I really appreciate your concern and your suggestions, and then maybe we will, just diplomatically so that you not feel. So for you to get to know about the case and to be trying to is something, so but eventually what I'm saying is that it was the patience, right? The persistence, that's professionality. So don't take a case if you know you are not going to give it the proportion. I know that if it were some other people, they would have just do they just finish and say, okay, these people are not able to resolve this thing issue, that kind of a thing. So let it not be, it's not every time that you meet that a matter will be resolved. But let it not be out of your unprofessionalism. Let it not be out of your impatience, right? Let it be because actually the parties are unwilling to. And let me tell you, as long as they have opportunity to talk and everybody spoke, you are going to wrong way because communication has broken down according to lawyers irretrievably. Eh? So if communication has broken down, now you have restored communication and they spoke. That is when you get to understand that actually, so is it like this? And the devil, tell me I use the devil, but that is what it does. No, seriously. No, that is it because when you are in conflict, you call, you see a call, you reason it, you say, I want to see you, I say, I don't want to see you. You go to the house and say, I don't want to see you. So if you don't want to see me, how do we resolve it? And maybe what you are thinking is not even the thing. If my wife sees me holding a girl outside like this, maybe another woman I hold her like this, and she say, okay, she don't pack her things, go another house. And I went to the house, I said, okay, let me explain. She said, no, she don't want here. I go everywhere. How do we resolve it? Do you understand? So communication is key. No, they will block you. Because when there is a breakdown in communication,
Oh, yeah. The time is not found. Oh, yeah.
Am I the only person not hearing? Am I the only person not hearing anything from house?
So you see, sometimes there are things that you should avoid. Sometimes there are things that we should avoid. If you give a decision in favor of someone, they can easily say, this person is upright. He's, notwithstanding that it is some, he's still convicted. But if he has discharged the boy based on evidence and it's very clear, no, people will still, they will not accept it. They will not. They say, what do you expect? No, so anything, what we are looking at is not biased. Likelihood. Yes. Any likelihood. Appearance. Like the Bible will say, any appearance of it, not that it's the evil, and when it just looks like, it doesn't feel. So let's apply it here. When the thing just look like, just like say, let me show them that I'm a mediator because it's my neighbor, it's my family. There are certain things you don't. So do you solicit and say, I'm a mediator, bring the case before me?
That the bias sometimes it can come, the appearance of bias sometimes for mediator can even come when you don't control. It can come sorry like a slip of tongue. Slip of tongue, yes, it can happen. Maybe two parties and then one is from this ethnic group, the other is from this ethnic group. And when you say Aidama, you say some words.
Yes.
Yes, and
if you have that kind of tendency,
yes,
like maybe if you are, let's say if you are a mediator and you are divorced,
yes,
please try and avoid divorce related cases. It will be very difficult for you to be objective, right? And Fola who taught us this, he said he had some experiences in life with family, his father died and then they came and took everything. So when it comes to family, it's the same thing you trust him.
There's a session going on right now. There's no audio.
No, pretend because you submit, yeah, the fact you submit. If these are the laws under which you got married, then what brings the issue that somebody somewhere comes and tells you that no, you have to say this and what that is wrong. But you married under the contract. was under these terms and conditions. You want to change one thing on that. So if you
for me, the way we have mediation is, and sometimes in resolving dispute, you must not follow some laws that actually cause the problem. Yes, transformative. So for me, when conflict, I have to start off. When conflict arises, parties can move from a particular position, even if it is the and then she has abuse. And that's why she started being afraid of her husband. And yet, because he comes to her, he doesn't even arouse her or anything, he does not care whether he's not in the good. He has that. And then the man understood during the mediation that even though he has that just backing, he should be able to understand his wife. He should be able to understand her needs. And he understood. Also read his wife's body is going to. I feel that when someone raises that concern, when a woman raises this concern in mediation, a mediator shouldn't be just directly, why are you stopping him? The religion empowers him. The religion says that. Try to facilitate, guide them, let her say her own, let him
show her. They will tell her what to do after her period. Things are done. But now the girl is learning from her friends and from whatever. The man doesn't know. I keep telling people it's even easier for the women. Because sometimes they have to tell this is how you do when you get married, this is how you do it in your husband's house. But nobody talks to the man. It is just on the wedding day that you are telling him that he's now responsible for her feeding, her eating, her this, her this, her this, her this, her this. He doesn't know. There are some that actually get married, both the man and woman. The advice is they don't do anything, nobody has told them anything. And there are some that, yes, and that's why we've been encouraging marriage counseling, because we tell this. I have somebody who elderly, she's somebody who people know. She said they went for marriage counseling tutorial and hope. And that was when they were learning that even in the north here, there's something they call one kind that the women would not in the afternoon carry their clothes and whatever, welcome the husband from the farm and whatever, and all those adaptive acts. So you don't do it and you are claiming rights. You see, most of these things about it's my right. It's my right. And nobody is talking about how do you earn that right. You know, that privilege and hope.
All right. So thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Is it related to mediation?
I've quite a lot from this training. Like you said, you tell me that some of us are not lawyers. So, but from the general discussions, we have learned one or two things. Now, I was just thinking of how one can apply all these things, maybe in the kind of, like you were saying, in your own profession or in what you do. I am a baker, okay? And then I'm also learning that once you transact a business with someone, you know, it's a contract. I have clients that, you know, I bake for and all that.
And you're not paying.
No, I've had cases. It hasn't happened to me like that, but on a baker's platform, you will see conflict arising. Maybe I want a cake, which size 10, and then they conclude the transaction, and then when you bring the cake, you say it's too small. Is this what you collected 30,000 for? You know, this, so I'm not accepting it. So you keep having conflicts like that. So I want to ask all of this. I was just thinking of how to apply all of these things we're learning. We're talking about mediation clause, and yes, mediation clause, you know, agreements and all that. How can you advise someone like me? How do I go about applying all of these things in?
Well, somebody who wants to.
Well, I want to believe that there's no straightforward way of doing that. That's why it is. But I want to look at it from the aspect of why there is a need for networking. If you have a challenge, quickly, let's for example, somebody that is going to come is approaching you for is engaging you. Now there is something that stops you saying, look, let me have this contractual specimen of somebody have it. And then moving forward, you now continue to work on it to suit your peculiarity. That's one way to go about it. Two, you see, there's nothing that is too small for us to say we enter into agreement. Because like my lecturer once told me, he said, all of you that are in this class, if tomorrow you commit an offense, if I know about it, I will say you should double it, but because we come to that understanding. What I'm trying to point out, that there is nothing that is too small for us to make it a contract. The Western world, I discovered that as little as meat pie that you buy, you must have a receipt for it. But we think these things are too 2 million for us to talk about them. And so, but the point is that somebody has to start it and that permit to become a part of our lives. So why not stop from saying I want to have make a cake for somebody and I will insist on a contract. Let's have it as a contract.
And that contract may not be one big something, no. It can just be on the same supply. Somebody wants to buy one cake. The person will feel the just like you want. Yes, you say order. Okay, see a lawyer who is also a fake about.
So basically for you.
Every consultation for
your kids, not for you. What you need to do is that before you start, you need to put at the back of your mind that you're going to get troublesome clients and that person. Secondly, in the business, you have to be principled. Insofar as you need clients, you need to be principled on certain things. So I have a client that I've already tailored something similar that I'm going to do. What we do is that if you call her, the moment you call her for cakes, it can be tailored through your WhatsApp. You can automate it through your WhatsApp. The moment you text her about cakes, you understand? It's the prompts under your business WhatsApp. When you start answering her. Yes. So she'll tell you the size, what she wants, and you have all those details. You can have your contracts still on that WhatsApp prompt. Do you understand? So you just draft your contracts. This is what you are going to do. She needs a cake. She wants, let's say she needs a 6-inch cake. Butter cream for a girl. She needs pink color with sparkles, with birthday banana, and maybe Sophia, the first team. You understand? So she gives you all those things. You've already made your calculations. As she's adding, you're already adding your own calculations by the side. But you already told her that butter cream cake 6-inch is 12,000. So all those additions, you're going to calculate them separately. So by the time she finishes, she tell her, okay, your 12-inch cake is total 4,000 butter cream. 1 year, 2 years, you already know that general price. So by the time she's talking about Sophia, the price, and she needs sparkles, and she needs candles, and she needs whatever, you're going to write it down for her, and this is her price. Has she agreed? Yes. In your contract, you're going to write that she must give you 75% before you start baking. That's one. Secondly, if she does not come to pick her cake by the 48 and that as you have to ask her, is she coming for pickup or are you going to deliver? After all those things, she needs to pay your 75%. If she does not come to collect her cake on that very day and that very time, and something happens to her cake, she has to pay your money. Your remaining balance, she has to pay because that is not your problem. That is her own problem. If she comes a day later or 2 days later, do you know that if she has agreed to sign that contract, and then now they are your learning date, you know, let's say that you write and then they are then on that. If it fails or she doesn't come for any issue, you can sit for ADR. Already her contract with all 2 days later, or maybe she comes tomorrow and you tell her, you can do you know that you can sell the cake if she doesn't come that day, and you can budget the money. You know that if you have your contract, exactly. But you that for your contract, and she still has to pay you your remaining 5%. Yes, and then another thing again is that apart from inches, you also put centimeters. Yes. You get inch. You put its measurement of details. You know, some people don't know inches. So you put centimeters. So the person cannot claim that I did not know this. And then you need to explain to her that what happened. By the time she agrees that this is true, that she has already committed herself, madam. She has already committed herself.
So, give me, ma, yes.
We didn't wait to analyze the answer to understand what she was saying.
Okay.
She said that
The person is too small.
it's too small, which means there was no agreement.
Yes. No, what I said is that usually when people order for cakes, like she said, what we do, you tell them the inches. So 12 inches, 2 layers, you mentioned it. But some of them, like she said, don't probably have an idea of inches. Or you have mentioned it and they have accepted. So when you are done with the order and they come and see physically, they say, hey, this is not what I noted. What she said, that most times when you commit to order and payment for the bills and acceptance, you get, and this is a contract you've already validated, and you put your obligation close. What most bakers now do, they put centimeter, some even and if I am sure, you get
I think she's trying to
That's why I said centimeter. The normal ruler will go and buy 200 naira in market. You use the ruler and
You are doing business, you are not considering your customers. You are just on your own side. That's the analysis of the situation is very important. Now, what she has said, by the time they come, because they obviously do not understand what you're doing. So how will you do that? What you have to do next time is to make sure that I don't so online, just communicate online and let us know. People don't understand what first you tell them. They don't understand this. It's your environment. When you talk to someone in Western world, they obviously understand that. But here, it's not like that. Maybe that's how it's taken. They don't know what that is obtaining, whatever. So that if somebody within reach is to probably do a video call. Bring the pan. I said, this is this is 12 good. They will understand it as well. By the time it's coming, say this was Jesus. But if somebody that can see, let them come and see the differences. That will avoid all the but for online, she's doing.
Okay, so ma'am, the beggars should develop API for One, two, three. You are going to develop a training. API training. So when you are developing API training, we are going to do sensitization resolution of conflict for bakers and cake makers. You design a sensitization, maybe 1 day, so you design it. I think that's very that's customized. So that tomorrow, I have that they give 1 cake that is like cashew. 70 million. 70 million. 500 million. Don't finish, right?
They enter the yes, what's the cake? Yes, even this one is done. Yes, that's what I'm doing.
Allow them.
What's it?
What do I say? You see, now you will understand that this crisis and issue that you have raised in the baking industry requires a form of conflict resolution.
Yes.
So that no matter how small it is, when people get to know that I am a baker, I understand the language, like all this here, I don't give centimeter, me, I don't understand. But I can so bad, you understand. So when there is a dispute that has to do with baking, you are better suited and qualified to see how you can help them with some applying the skills. So you develop something, even if it is a sensitization, you do 1 hour, 2 hours, and you say you have an association. When you write that proposal and they accept it, these are the things to do. And within 1 hour or 2 hours or 1 day training, we are going to come and do a sensitization, but we let them get to know. So that when they now know that there is something that has to do with settlement, how to resolve the conflict amicably out of court, you must have been promoting yourselves in their eyes. So when they do a thing of 70 million and there is a dispute, they are coming to come and help them resolve. That is a very serious, like it starts like that, small. That's what we are looking at, areas of what? Expertise. So that's your area of expertise you can do. But aside from that, you may have other area of expertise. Anything you study and you have sufficient knowledge about, that can be your area of expertise. Are we together? So let's say this one has come to an end. The next session we are going to go into has to do with our practicals. We have looked at different skills specifically that we need to develop. Which one among them you think that we should start with?
The people that did first.
No. I said skills that we mentioned.
Focusing
one. No, it's okay. So, which one? Where's the
listening,
listening?
Mediate or not listening, active.
Framing, mediation, preparation.
The checklist.
The preparation. Yes, because when the person walks in, he or she comes to meet you, I have a case I want to work on. At that point in time, you just don't give the person the form, sign, okay, go and call the person, we'll call the person. At that point in time, you would at least take certain information about the case, talk with the person, and sometimes it is possible at that point in time, while you're discussing with the person, from the need for mediation, you will find out there's a need for something else that the person needs, probably some trauma, counseling, reporting, and whatever, and you would advise the person right from there that, this is where you
Okay, so but that preparation, is that a skill
yes,
that we need to develop?
brief taking is the skill.
Brief taking is not something that we want to develop here now. Brief taking. I have focusing.
Then bias.
Bias. So which one do you think we should start with?
Neutral. You said activism, we should do negative and positive. Yes.
Active listening, yes. So which of the scenario, who has a scenario?
Scenario.
I was thinking the scenario can.
Okay, so what is the scenario?
Let's take 2 scenarios and we work on both of them.
And so tell us.
Any scenarios? No, that will bring you a scenario now. That will bring
I said we should develop, you know why we said 5 line, 3 to 5 line, simple. Then we put it into, we say you should do it so that you get used to just preparing something just small that will carry. So what would you have told us in a situation where you can see that thing, so that we now have somebody come, let the parties come and do it. Let's see. Okay, you do not. We don't need ChatGPT. We don't want to write plenty. Yes.
And I'll get that to make it to five.
And so what did he say?
So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, did he give you the 5 lines? Let us know. Let's have it. Let's hear it.
That's what I'm saying. Which one are for active listening? We said we should do a business dispute.
Just tell us the scenario.
A business dispute showing the importance of maintaining proper contacts and taking proper leads. He said that.
Okay, so let me give you. I thought you are going to do it.
Oh,
See,
Active listening.
and if you want to one house, if you want to be a trainer, you must learn to think on your feet. And the more you have knowledge of this, the more it's yeah. You can use any scenario actually. Because if we are trying to look at a skill or we want to develop skill, what skill do we want to go for? Active listening. Now, can you define active listening? Yes, sir.
Already on it.
Yes, just tell us what is active listening.
Me, I think active listening is listening with a whole body, not trying to respond, but to understand what the speaker is telling you with the aim of solving that issue.
Active listening. Yes. You want to give us a scenario? Yes, sir. Please, those online, can you confirm if you can hear us?
Like the landlord tenant dispute we talked about the other time. Yes. Something similar. The landlord.
Yes, we can hear you, sir. We can hear you loud and clear, sir.
And the tenant is saying that he didn't do so because the landlord was not managing the property. His roof is leaking, and then it has that leaking has actually spoiled so many of his things. So that is why he didn't pay. So when the landlord made his comments, and then the mediator said, "Okay, are you saying that he didn't pay at when due?" Then yes, exactly. And then the tenant said, "I didn't pay because."
That's a minute. What we are going to do is, they will come and ask you for what it is. Then they'll bring it for you. That will be, I think that would be better for us. So that we like permission granted.
Yes.
Thank you.
And then the tenant said, "I didn't pay because of the leaking roof. The roof is leaking." So the mediator said, "Do you mean that because of the leaking roof has affected your willingness to pay?" I say, "Correct." And then you can now, after analyzing, you can say, "Okay, I can see the problem." The mediator is actively listening because what he summarized is exactly what they said. And then he can move on to settle. But in a situation whereby the tenant, I'm trying to give the other side of this. The landlord said he hasn't paid. And then the tenant said, "I didn't pay because the roof is leaking." And then the mediator is just pressing his phone. And then he said, "Okay, go on. And then he said, "And also the leaking roof has spoiled a lot of my things." And then the mediator now said, okay, I see. The issue is actually that of non-payment. And then we'll look at how to settle this. Meaning he didn't really get, the tenant who said, "I'm not sure you got what I'm trying to say." And that is because he was distracted. He didn't really get the point. And he's just concluding on something that's not really the issue.
Okay, so let's say we use this scenario, we want to point out a situation where someone was being actively listening, and also do we have 3 volunteers? 3.
Somebody going. Somebody going. Can we just stand up and some people?
Can stand up while we shoot. Stand if your legs so that your body could. Yes. Volunteers. Number 1.
In the part of the class have advantage of creating.
Number 1 person. Okay, I have not seen no they say I should do like this.
I am a present.
Going up to see the thing that no, I think the government
Yes. You look like difficult
He's the landlord and the tenant. Let's see what the landlord. The landlord.
Tenant. So next one.
Let's see whatever.
We innocent of that.
We did it online for the landlord or the tenant. They gave me every time.
So you know what? But the scenario is different.
No, it's different. The guy is in different position. Landlord is different. I did not forget after 3 months.
Okay, so the
Case was a different case.
But very crazy. So I know it was something.
I think it's smart that we do better.
Yes. My Baba is ready to be like Ronaldo. Yes. No. Something.
Come now, Captain.
Yes.
It's good.
I'm going to give us company statement. Tell us company statement and then you start. Okay, go on. Go and take your place.
Yes.
I'm still here.
That's she's afraid of the parties already. The director, you have to become.
Will you reduce yourself? I will give up the ground for that
she was.
Yeah.
What if I sit close to the landlord?
That's part of the. So what's the guy? No, that's me. You don't take the streets. Okay, yeah.
Okay.
So I think carry other scenario.
Remember, what we are trying to look at is what active listening and not active listening. So I don't know which one she wants to start with. She will give her opening statement because she has not done so. Then she will now proceed. Just use 2 minutes higher for your opening statement, and then the scenario, you will go into the main issue. Their own is they will just tell you their side of story, just briefly, and then the emphasis is on the mediator, right? We're trying to check the skill of the mediator when it has to do with they have so let's look at now.
Okay. Okay, so she's to show us non-active. Both active and non-active.
No, which one are you?
Which one should be active or not? That's what I'm talking
We'll get somebody to do non-active, our own is active. So you just use like 1 minute to say what you want to say. You also say 1 minute what you want to say. Then we'll now see, we are going to assess what she doing. We'll now see whether she's able to listen actively or not from this scenario. So let's watch out. Online participants, confirm if you are with us. Because Mr. Aqua and Elias, and I can see in Phoenix, they are also going to do a scenario for us and watch you. So just take note. Can you confirm if you can hear us?
I don't think so because translation is not true.
Can you confirm if you can hear us?
Yes, sir, we can
Yes,
hear you.
I can hear you. But we went off for a long time.
We can hear you, sir.
Hello. Hello, sir. Unim kuma wiyedi. Unim kuma awodi. Okay, yeah. Nikata mi atology. Powder. We are with the year baby to say hot water. I'm the good no mommy. They are very powerful for the heart. We are anything. Oh, hata now. They are more the pharmacy. Now a year free season.
Okay, please, if you are not speaking, please mute your mic.
Where is it?
Okay, so you can proceed.
The thing is fine.
And welcome to the mediation and appeal mediation today. For the purpose of this session, you can address me as I am I have been trained, I have handled other mediation sessions before. So I would like to thank you both for. Now, before we start, I would like to confirm. I'd like you to confirm that your phones are not on record.
No, our phones, they don't record, I put them on the side, don't want to do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Now, can you please introduce yourself and how you would want to be addressed?
Girl, I just came back to Oklahoma, and you could just call me Dr. A,
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. A. My name is Rabi, and you can. I would also like to speak outside. have a taste. I don't think we can negotiate negotiation together, and then the outcome of this session depends on both of you. And at any time you feel you don't want to continue this session, please feel free to say so. Feel free to say so. It's voluntary. You cannot be forced into it. And secondly, mediation is also confidential. Let me ask you. You know we're going to be discussing sensitive issues. We can then move ahead to see how we can solve the issue. And I am hoping that we will be able to form an agreement after the session. So basically, that is it. So once again, I thank you for agreeing to settle. And at this point, I would like to call on Dr. A to give us your opening statement.
Well, I don't see no the issues like I told you when I came here, I got money with her and she refused to pay me my money. She got ready to pay, she's paying, you know, and she's staying in one of my houses. I got lots of houses. I got the North Carolina, I got one, you know, I even got a project to do all that, you know, and I got 3 in Banawa, what you call it, Banawa or something like that, you know, cool houses. She's staying in one of them. House, nice breeze, nice trees there, and she don't want to pay my rent. That's all. I just want to pay my money. Yeah, I don't got no problem with her.
Okay, so if I understand you, the main issue you're having with her is that she is refusing to pay
You got it. Hang on.
Thank you very much. Ravi, can I have from you?
When he left his premises to me in January 2025, I came and noticed that the room was leaking. And when I asked him, he said I should pay rent first. And when I paid to he's going to repair the roof before the rain season comes. So I should pay and take possession. So I paid him on 1st January 2025 and I moved in 5th January. So by February, he did not repair the roof. And I kept reminding him, I said, landlord, you emphasize with some kind. I said, I need to spoil my things in the house. And I told him that I have children staying with me. And he promised that he's going to repair the roof before the rain comes. But he did not throughout the rainy season of last year. Rain destroyed some of my things, destroyed food items. My children had cold because mold started growing on the walls because the roofs were leaking. So January this year, 1st January 2026, before 1st January on 31st December 2025, he sent me a notice, a letter that is reminding me to review my rent on 1st January 2026. That if I don't, he will serve me 7 days notice of owner's intention to recover possession after 7 days. So I told him that I am not going to renew the rent until he pays, until he repairs the roofs. So he kept insisting that I must pay the rent, and that's why I did not pay the rent till this time. And when the rains have started coming, it had rained more than twice, and the roof leaked. So how will I pay him the rent when the roofs?
Okay, thank you very much. So if I get you well, Dr. A agreed to repair the roof.
Yes.
Before you paid the rent. And then after you paid.
No.
Okay, Dr. A
Agreed to repair the roof last year after I paid and take possession because it was in January. He said he will repair the roof before the rain comes.
Okay, so after you paid, and moved in, he agreed to repair it. And he has in the money.
Yes.
Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
And then you are also saying that his refusal to fix the roof is now affecting your willingness to pay the rent. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I get your point. Can we stop?
Yes. All right.
Well, I wanted to tell you how the agent collected the money.
Okay, so, yes, all right, one house. Okay.
Assess myself.
No, you cannot assess yourself.
Because later I actually remember that I left out some points. Yes, especially when I was giving the opening statement, the stages of the mediation. And then I also remember for them to agree on ground rules. Yes, for the session.
Okay. All right. Okay, so now, can we assess and see what do we have to say about what she the session? What do we observe?
She already says
No, our emphasis is no opening statement.
Jennifer, the active listening. For me, they said re-emphasize and reframe. So every time they said something, she reframed and said, if I get this is what you mean. And
That's not is that reframing or summaries? She summarizes.
And she also reframed it. She did say exactly the way they said it.
Okay, is that not summary?
She was listening,
Yeah.
and she was understanding and bringing it out using like paraphrasing to now
Reframing and paraphrasing, they are not the same thing.
to bring out
When you are reframing, you are removing the structure of the thing and putting it in another, isn't it? So if you are summarizing or you are paraphrasing and summarizing can go hand in hand, because you understand the thing and you are not just giving the highlight of, such that somebody will so reframing. I think I would prefer negative or so maybe I prefer to look at it. I prefer to, okay, so that is so what do we see? So what are we saying about her session? Yeah? What
They are comfortable to where sometimes the parties feel like you are not listening to them, and she was watching us, hearing us, nodding, paying attention, and even prompting us to continue. Because if I felt as if she was not listening to me, I would have stopped at some point.
Okay.
Yes.
So you take note of what she mentioned, like what?
eye contact.
Eye contact,
Nodding.
nodding, as some words of affirmation,
Correction. I said Dr. A, not Mr. A.
So it means that she remembered what you said, that your name is Dr. A, not Mr. A. So there is eye contact, there is some signs of affirmation, or she was nodding. They say, okay, yes, how can you continue? These are some of the things you see, isn't it? What else? For listening actively. So you can see she combined both verbal and non-verbal from what she's saying, and then the nodding. If I'm nodding, you know that this person is actually with me. It's not as so that is what active listening, isn't it? Are we together?
Yes.
So maybe we'll give her a pass mark. Your worship, is not time for you to eat. Just keep your food small. You are going to serve as the mediator. Eh? No, I wanted to use the same parties for the non, but I wanted her worship to mediate. Then you and Daddy serve as parties. We want to see a non. You are not going to waste time.
No,
No opening statement. You just introduce yourself. Yeah, see, you just welcome. It's active, no. We are talking about active listening. That's the one we finished now.
Before she started.
No.
Not active listening. Yes. Not that you-
Okay. So
in the real sense
you
of
can't carry this thing. Even though they say it can be taken sweet and actually you can carry the food.
Actually, I can.
Yes, carry the food and be eating and
Maybe seen Aloma internationally.
Sir, that's it's unrealistic.
They carry you see Aloma.
Okay, all right. One house.
I'm chewing gum. I said no, gum.
So one house. So please, you are going to continue.
So, we are just talking.
No, just allow the mediator, please.
That's what she said. But she did not renew the rents because you did not repair the wardrobes. What do you have to say?
No. How she go talk say I don't repair the roof? Huh? It's a roof I give the Dauda, the agent, the money he put to repair it. But every time I call him, they will say Dauda is in her house. Every time Dauda is in her house, I give Dauda the money. So I know they repair the roof because Dauda told me, he tell me they repair the house, they repair the roof. So I have no problem. Give me my money before I finish this repair for the roof. Since last year, they repaired the roof in January.
So he said that you can. So he said that he's not going to repair the roof.
No, I said I've prepared the roof already. Since last year, I don't have the agent and I give him money for the roof. Every day, don't in her house, even he eating in her house, and he's the agent in repair the roof.
Has not been repaired. In fact, you can come and see the roof yourself. As for Dauda coming to my house, and even eating in my house, Dauda came to my house only once this month. And it was when he came to check the leaking roof that the landlord had asked him to come and check the roof for repair. The only time Dauda came to his house. And the roof has never been repaired. Are you saying Dauda is a boyfriend?
Me, I'm not saying Dauda is a boyfriend or a man friend. All I'm saying is I give Dauda the money since last year, January, again. And then last month, if you go, I don't know. But I know last year, he go there in December, he go there in November, he go there, even in January and February, he tell me the look is repair well. If he didn't repair it or he didn't do it well, fine. But that time they told me that she go to put satellite up and satellite to fall down on the roof. So let her tell you, I guarantee let her bring my money. If you want to repair a roof again, she bring another money to do what I want. Well, she paid me my rent, otherwise, still you just repair.
Did you say you have evidence to show you repaired the roof?
Madam, who bring up Ebi and Dennis for inside the matter? Dennis is here for a shop for Junction Road. Huh? Abi Dennis the man who is selling kind building material. Not him.
Evidence. Proof to show you repaired the roof.
All right, thank you. So please, you see the drama that happened. So what can we identify? What can we say? Is the mediator, was the mediator listening actively?
Stop that. Dauda is boyfriend.
Okay, so let's
So now what are we going to do?
okay, so you can go and that's the who wants to speak. Who is on simulations? Well, we are looking at non-active listening. Are there things we see from the attitude of the mediator that shows that it's not listening actively?
Even though I think the gentleman was drawing conclusions before something is finished, has already gone ahead.
Ahead of
the party.
Yes. So meaning that
Drawing conclusions rather than listening and following.
Okay.
She was anxious to conclude.
She conspicuously on her phone. Okay, she's on her phone.
She was laughing.
Laughing, yes. And who?
And the rallies.
The parties. The laughing at them. Okay, so number one thing we saw was that she was drawing conclusions like he said he's not going to repair the roof. Isn't it?
No, he didn't say he's not going to repent.
No, that's what she said.
That's what she said.
So to get why that is not what he said. He said that he has given money to and the person has repaired the roof. And now imagine when she now said he said he's not going to repair the roof, that's very, very, he had to object to. That no, this is not what I said. So you see that will put the party off. No, the party will be like, this one, wait till she hear me. So like, how will she say that I say she didn't hear what I'm saying? So you see, that's not, she's not listening. If she's not even listening, not to talk of acting, because she could not even summarize what the party have said. Okay. Your worship, you said she was on her phone, yes. So she was pressing her phone. So if somebody is saying, please go ahead and talk. You hearing me?
Yes.
And then it's writing. Say, am I listening with my hand? It's not my ears, I mean, just go ahead and understand. So that's a sign the person actually you are listening with your ear. But when you are pressing something or you are writing, your mind will be in what you are writing. So it's like you want to do two things at the same time. You may so the person may not feel comfortable. The effect of this non-active listening of the parties is what you are looking at. The person may feel discouraged. Most of the idea will not really, right? They may be like, why am I here? I'm talking to somebody who is not ready or willing to look at. I'm saying one thing, she's saying another one, and a different thing. You see, so that will have effect on her. What else?
Not going to us. President also. That keep on. Those in abundance. I like.
I see something they don't have forever.
I don't know to say what I might say next.
Like you look lost. If you look at the thing, she was like, maybe she's trying to even record what you are even saying a bit. So that's a sign that it's as if her mind, it seems her mind is not there. Again, what else do we see? That the shows maybe she's not listening actively.
Of course, she said her posture was.
And so when you are sitting for a mediation session, like I think she's even scratching somewhere. That kind of
Looking back.
so she's not balanced. I mean,
balance.
okay, she's over balanced. What else? What else?
At the point she said, you said you came with evidence.
She was saying that the man came with evidence. When you don't even in fact, you know what making things the waiting carry this confidence. So she's saying things that were not said, it can be very discouraging. So these are not things that we should know expect or see in a session. So that has to do with active listening, not active listening. So when you are talking to someone that is looking at you and it's nodding his head, say, yes, yes, go ahead. Okay, oh, what next? You know that the person is like following you. You know, if you talk, say, and what did you want to say? What I'm trying to recollect, can you say again? These are all signs to show that the person is distracted, may not be listening. Or when you finish, say, and yes, have you finished? Like, you didn't even know when the person has finished, you are asking, have you finished? That's a sign that you are not actually following, isn't it? Have you? I think we have done with this, so we have done opening session.
Just that you can also look at the forward side when we talked about building. And the other particular is the way that she have already had time we are difficult. The other party, of course, she knew the facts of the.
Because you were saying evidence, maybe they have had a prior conversation. And that would bring in issue of bias and all of this. Okay, so that's one. So what other skills that we need to develop specifically? Which other skills? Focusing. Okay. Private session. Okay, let's okay. Let us continue from here. Okay, so Mr. Paul, Mr. Cynthia and Alco, are you with us? Do dear boss.
Yes.
Are you with us? Are you with us? Online participants, are you with us? Okay. So we are going to continue from the same story and what we'll be looking at. I want to see if there is any exhibition of bias, favoritism, or partiality. That's what I want to see. So who is going to serve as the indicator for? I will come to okay, so we need two parties. We have continued from the same line of stories, and then we want to identify what bias, partiality, maybe favoritism. So that's what we want to look at. Yeah, who is going to right there. And then who? Hola.
It's all. So I think we're ready, sorry.
Yeah, then yeah, so
We said bias.
partiality.
Bias and partiality.
Okay, what?
She's the tenants, you're the landlord. Okay, so good afternoon. Ali, Madam Victor. My apologies for me, Madam Victor. So Madam Victor, you said that you pay rent first. The first year, he said he was going to repair and he didn't repair. That's why you are not paid the new. That's why you are not paid the new rent. This doctor, what you have to say about that?
Because like I said, I gave you the chance.
Please, speak louder.
Nobody has prepared. But you, this man said, eh? So these things, you have to confirm them yourself. You can't just be saying you told. You have to confirm. You understand what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm telling you. Verify for you. Telling you, have you verified from his agent? I'm telling you, it's a mail agent. It's a man. You know they are both. See, you can sue him. I should for me. I think it's a very simple thing. You need for us to order to come.
Sorry, I cannot continue this process.
Okay.
They cannot continue. Okay, you have signed to mediate, whether you like it or not. You have signed to you have signed to mediate. You know they go anywhere. Yes, continue. We want to see other things. Yes.
You know that it's a criminal offense to cheat your tenant. Are you aware? Are you aware? I can report you to police because this comes out of probation now. It's a criminal offense what you have. You know that. Mr. Ali, I'm speaking to you. Please. Yeah, you want to answer. Yeah, who will answer? My sister. Who will answer? You have anything to say about this crime of that you have committed? You will report her money. We will get back house. Yes. After we pay the house, we will get back and tell us don't listen. Then we not fighting. You see me here? I don't have I tell you.
It's all right. Thank you for miking with us. All right. So, come and turn this camera. Now we are talking about organs. You need to. You thought you should check this thing. I'm not to just turn it. Before you turn, check it first. Whether it is smooth or not. Yes, or next time. If you do like that. Okay, so now one house. Now, you know, we talked about ethics, Abby, and the core principles of mediation.
Yeah.
Now, in view of that, I want us to comment. This is what we call peer review. This is what we call mediator assessment. If you are a trainer, assuming you are called as a mediator to look at this particular situation and then analyze it in line with what you know as an expert. What are the issues that we are going to generate from this scenario? Yes, ma'am.
She was not neutral at all. She was clearly taking the side of one of the parties.
It was not neutral. Okay, so what is neutrality? One house, please. One house. Let's lock that door.
She's not supposed to take sides with any of the parties or look like she's taking sides with any of the parties.
Okay, take side. Did she take side?
She did.
Okay, so taking side, should it be neutrality or partiality? Which one?
She was not neutral. She was not neutral. Neutral is impartiality.
Okay, so you are saying that she is partial or be not neutral?
Yes.
What makes her not neutral?
She was ready. She was even jumping. She was helping her to application. She had interest. She was showing interest. She was telling him that he has committed an offense, that why is he doing that as a man? Why
That's actually not, that's lack of neutrality. Because from what she did, it could be seen. You can easily say that maybe she has interest in the outcome of the matter, isn't it? And being neutral is that you are assuring the parties, you said? You are assuring them that you don't have interest in the outcome of their matter. But this one now, yeah, it says that.
And she was telling her and my sister. I go to yes to my sister.
Then there were press.
Okay, where?
Men. It was being men. You are going to be people used to check things before you. Then the tenant will say, hey, you don't mind them.
Okay. I'm sure the whatever is a man.
That is a man. So what other issues can we identify?
I think again on the issue of the trials, people though they didn't give, it's not like there was opportunity for everybody to see this the way discrimination was done. Yes, I know, but I think she gave the tenants more time or opportunity audience than she did to the landlord.
So which principle is that?
That's also neutrality.
Okay,
That's balance.
that's partiality. She's partial. What makes her partial? Okay, no equality of time. Aside from that, what else?
She has tilted the she has given more by the action, she has given more chance for this one to present his matter, his position, his interest than the other person.
Okay.
Now feel stress, listen to me.
So
When she was talking to him, even the tone of her voice was not friendly, was passion, same passion. Yes, passion, she didn't talk to me.
Okay. She didn't. All right, so we have been able to identify bias, impartiality, and lack of neutrality. And these are core principles.
Then she will police, she said she will take it to the, so she's taking the discussion out to another person already. I know. Yes, no confidentiality.
No confidentiality. So this is a very unethical mediator. We are going to seize your license for doing that.
He has left the realm.
Irrespective of the finance.
When she said I'm going to sue or you're going to sue, that's you're leaving the realm. Yeah, that's your entering. You're entering the
She has even made herself a party. Say we will.
So please, the door. So your own is that we are going to, irrespective of the fact that this one is practical.
Yes.
The offense you commit here will withdraw your life. This one is too much. Well, because if we allow you to be licensed, we don't know what you are going to do. This thing is too much. that now you have become a party that we are going to sue. We are going to sue him. So that is these are things that you may see in a situation. I was in a mediation session when my co-mediator, if a family issue, she was just looking at the woman. See how she's even doing that. Like, see how she's even doing it. See how she's even doing it. Like, see how she's talking to her husband. Like, so that kind of situation now, I don't think the other party will feel comfortable at all in the mediation session. So the effect of some of these things, once it is, look at what can we comment on the attitude of the other party, the landlord? Yes.
When he sat down there, it was like, to me, it was like, I think we should finish, let me be going there.
At the point he stood up and said, I cannot be part of this. So that may be that will be the effect of when you have a situation where a mediator does not exhibit professionalism. Now, sometimes we may err on the side of caution. How do I put it? Sometimes all these things may not manifest at the same time, but you may have some bias from your unconsciously. It may be exhibited. There is a way you say, the way you are following up the conversation. Say, you see. You can see this kind of thing. You know that kind of. So the person will be like, is it these people? Did they know each other before? Did they discuss before? Or so there are some insinuation. Or when a party is talking, you are so empathetic to the point that say, you are just shaking your head like this, like you are passing a message. Say, so if this man has already been, you are swayed by this thing, so it means I don't have hope. So these are things that we should watch. They are very, very important. So this skill, I think, is well taken. What other skill do you think is very important? Okay, caucusing. Okay, so now let us continue from where she stopped. She don't already spoil everything. Now, then this brings us, let's say they have changed her as the mediator, having spoiled the thing, and we need to bring these parties back. So you are going to go into caucusing. So we are going to see how you are going to revive especially the landlord. He has lost interest in the process. How do you have gotten to a deadlock? When you are going for caucusing, one is when parties have gotten to a point of what? Deadlock. Are we together? Yes. When you get to a point of deadlock, the parties can no longer proceed, and then you are looking for a way, or parties are bringing unrealistic demands. You go maybe for the purpose of reality testing, but where you feel that there are information you need to actually get from a party and it's not bringing forth, and that will help you understand. You want to understand the case, like some things that you want to know, and the person will not feel comfortable sharing it in the presence of the other party, right? You will go for caucusing. Do you understand the three? So at this juncture, we are assuming that this scenario actually warrants someone to go for caucusing. And the purpose of the caucusing, you are trying to see how you can win and restore back this conversation. You understand? Because the first mediator has actually spoiled the whole thing. And so maybe the person is even afraid. So who will serve as the mediator for us?
We just step up. Where are the mediators? I'm going to log in. You watch it. Calm down.
I'll ask a question. What's the question?
Is it possible to have better options than the options arrived at? And then as a mediator, you saw better options. But so the two parties have arrived at a particular consensus. But there are still better things that the both party will benefit from that you see ahead. Is there still need to go for caucusing, or can you just advise them? Because remember, it is not all about you, it's all about them. And then you know better.
So like what like the example we gave one time about this for willing to give so money and that there is a way you can actually facilitate and move them towards listen to you for me. That like
Yes, got that.
that is facing another
So now that question, when you are doing mediation, remember you are a neutral third party. Whether they settle, they not settle, nothing concern it. I think that's why they said doctors should not treat their relatives, especially when it comes to surgery. You may be too concerned, such that you are so concerned and affected with the outcome of the process. So, just like that, they'll say, no, God, just stay behind. You may be the best, because over carefulness may make you go into do some things, So, in a mediation, a mediator is not supposed to be connected or interested in the outcome. Are we together? The outcome has nothing to do with him. It does not add or subtract from him. That should be his quality. So, your role as the mediator is to help the parties communicate. Because for the conflict to persist to the point where you are not able to get the to the point where parties are not able to talk to themselves, it means that it has gotten out of hand. And for you to come to a mediation, please let's reduce this. Where is the volume is echoing? Good. When as a mediator you get to a point where maybe let's say the parties begin to talk to themselves, I think you have succeeded greatly. You have achieved something. So you see that this person will ask a question and they are not waiting for you, for the mediator to say, okay, you can answer the question. So you can see you remove yourself from the picture and allow them to be talking and talking and talking. If they are going towards one direction that you want to, so you are like the driver of the session. If you have a straight road, you can just allow your steering, allow the parties to be talking and talking. By the time you see that they are trying to enter gutter, or they want to enter somewhere, or they want to climb over to the other road, you guide the steering, and when the thing stables and is straight, you now allow them. That's what you do. Ordinarily, when you practice the mediation, you get to a point where you can even make suggestions. You can get the parties speak your mind, from the type of questions you put across, you guide them, So if you say, I don't have money, okay, even if you sell me, I don't have money, and I cannot pay, that's the place where you are. Now, if you as a mediator do not master the ability to know that mediation is an avenue for you to create options, to help you create options, to bring solutions, and you say, "Tom, your guy, you here now? He does not have money. Even if you sell him and everything, the money will not come out. So what do we do at this point? I think this your matter is beyond solution." You see, but if you now say, okay, sir, okay, you don't have money, like you don't have money, so but do you have something you ask the other party, this man doesn't have money. Could there be something that you could accept aside from money? That's a question. Abi? And the person will say, like what? I say, maybe anything. Maybe do you have anything that is valuable that maybe you can even sell? Oh, He say, oh, I have a bike now. I have a bike, but no, I'm not willing to sell my bike now. Okay, I have. So you see that your question is prompting the person to start thinking outside the box. That's why you are the driver. Then the person say, oh, I have a chicken, like 2 or 3. And chicken now is about 10,000, maybe 15,000 or 30,000 naira. And the money we are talking about is, let's say, 100,000 naira. So you now have like 3 or 4 chickens. I said, Tobe, if he is going to accept, because it can be a casual statement, say, if he is going to accept chickens, why not? I will give him chickens. Then you now come to the party and say, Tom, sir, he does not have money to give you, but he has chicken. Will you accept chicken? Say, is it that is for sure chickens? Oh, God forbid. I don't want. So you will not get angry. You will not get angry. Are we together? You will not get angry that you will not get angry that the person is saying it is what do you call it? Is kwashoko chickens. You still persist and say, okay, is there any other thing that you have or you can offer? So people will say, oh, I have land, I can look for buyer, I have this, I have that. Maybe in the course of mentioning, he may mention something that this person will be interested. Do you understand? So your role generally is not to be making solution or giving them advice. So your own role is to facilitate the process. When they get to a difficult point, you can ask them whether, can I make suggestions? Can I say something? Do you get? So that's your role. Are we together?
Yes. What if, can I? Please.
Okay. But wait, he raised his hand before you, so I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
What observe another scenario I spoke of that I don't think has been treated when we talk about questions. No thoughts. The issue of changing the mediator.
Okay.
I don't think that it has been treated through positively.
I think we have discussed it.
It's about to create it now.
So how is it? How is it changed? Because this is the goes
I have shared an experience where I was appointed as my lord God.
Yes.
They have gone out of the place, but she's still outside. She has gone. Okay. So I was in a matter. I represented the plaintiff. Then the plaintiff, we started having some issues where she will now she will say there are some kind of misunderstanding like that you don't know the head or you don't know the tail. I said, okay, please, you have the right to change your lawyer, right? If you want to change, you can change. So she changed the lawyer. She got another lawyer because that client was from the client seems to be a troublesome one because it was from another lawyer that was sent to me. So when I came in, I had to find out, is there outstanding? Is there anything that has not been paid? I was the one that collected the money myself, and I now went to give to the former lawyer. Unfortunately, the former lawyer has not even given me anything to say, okay, for the good work you have done, take. So, and now this this client, after starting at a point, the same accusation, similar things with the former ones, he's still bringing it, and then say she wants to bring another lawyer. So she changed the lawyer eventually. We let the thing go. Eventually that same case came for mediation, and now I was appointed as the mediator. So as I just entered this thing going, she and her lawyer, the other parties are there. Before I go just explain self, lawyer don't raise objection. We are not comfortable with you. We cannot be a mediator. You are represented what in this case. You understand? He has raised his own objection. And then I now said, okay, just allow me to explain to you what mediation is and the process. I was trying to help them see that, even though you say you are not comfortable, but in mediation, it is the parties that take the decision. It's not the mediator. So I've explained everything, say yes, but I was a counsel in the matter, I cannot. So I have to leave and another person replaced. Are we together? So at any point in time, where you see you are appointed and there is issue with bias or impartiality or neutrality or appearance of any of them, you can easily, if you know some of the parties, you have business relationship, you have family relationship, any form of relationship, except where you disclose it to the parties and they say, okay, no problem, notwithstanding, please continue. Madam, you know that you are the one, but
Yes.
okay. Okay. Do you understand, sir? So you can change the mediator at any point in time. In fact, that is what is called co-mediation. You can have like 2 or 3 mediators that will do, especially where the matter may require different form of experience. Do you understand? So in that instance, you can have like 2 or 3 mediators that will help you mediate in the situation. Is that okay, sir?
Yes. Sorry, I know you're a mediator. I think I'm grateful. I came to meet you. I think my case basically was just handled. And I decided to walk out. I really feel stand with me. I decided to walk out. Just like my mom can change. Because I decided not to tell you. Because like maybe a scenario I don't know the person came through the most done whatever. So he knows where he is and go back here. Let's say to me. But this case I know that I came to you. And you handle my case. You tell you like I walked out. Yes. There's no way to report to because it is you I need.
No, you can go anywhere.
No, see when you come to him, from what I understand, you came to him, but you must register your matter. So in the end, after your matter, you must submit a report. So the report is either an agreement by parties or a continuation. Because this is where they stopped, we continue on this date of this, or they could not be finished. I think if you get through him, you shouldn't be doing volunteering. No, you're not the science. He said already he came through and and then what I did was what he did. So what I'm going to say is I see a problem right from the beginning. I feel if he came through him, he's a mediator. He came and told him he has a matter. Except maybe I believe he came through him, he came to the training, to the building itself. But if he had his mediator, then he came and then he has a problem, he said, okay, come
for mediation and he took his details. I feel there has been too much contact.
No, because most times, if it's online and now they will come to you.
Yes.
You understand? I want you to mediate in this case. So if you get free, go. I know you are a mediator. I have a case. I want you to come.
So now, the other party is not aware that he chose, about choosing mediators. I was thinking that parties have the right to choose a mediator. But if they don't agree, then the institute will choose one. Now, since maybe there was no agreement to mediate before, and then he just met him and he said he has a problem, he wants him to mediate. And I feel there's a conflict. I said when he wants to mediate, he should inform the other party that he came through me. Because he came,
most times it's the person that brings the case that chooses the mediator.
yes. So I'm saying, why is it that you are not taking the choice from the hand of the other person?
Of choosing a mediator.
Of choosing a mediator. He came through him as a mediator.
All right. Wow.
I don't.
It's just like now I bring case to your hands.
Through me. Yes.
I know you are a judge.
I'm
bringing this case to you.
Wow.
Yes. I'm not supposed to do it.
So you see the conversation when you are mediator and you got the parties to put for where you are saying one house and they are not stopping. When you practice to a point where you will not be hearing the talk, and you will be talking, then you are succeeded. Now, what are recording that you are some parties who are not talking, they are not over talking. That's the place of say. But now, you need to understand some basic things. One, the party does not appoint a mediator. In standard practice, like if you go to multi-law courthouse, for example, when you file your matter, because the multi-law courthouse, most of the cases they are doing, they are more or less doing you a favor. You are paying 1,000 naira and they are handling. If it is because of money, I can't go and handle this in multi-law courthouse because I do it for free. And my time, if I take 1 hour of my time and I give into that thing, that's too expensive for me. I don't have that time. You understand? And the parties are not paying me for my 1 hour actually. They cannot. So what happens? When you go for the case and they check it, what they do, they assign the matter to a mediator.
Regardless,
yes,
like what she's saying.
And they are the one that will assign it to the mediator, they feel like. But if you go to other area practices, this one now is an exception. Now they have a panel of neutrals. This panel of neutrals, ordinarily, when you are assigning cases to them, you are going to be paying for it. So when the client start paying for mediation, maybe that practice will change. We will now get to a point where you are going to bring the list of your panel of neutrals to the parties. The parties will look at their profiles, their name, and their qualifications. And then the parties will say, based on our disputes and based on this and that, we prefer A or B or C. It is the parties that choose their mediator. It is the parties that agree on the amounts they are going to be paying. It is the parties that pay the fee. It is the parties that decide the venue for the meetings. It is the parties that will decide the duration of the venue. If they say we are going to do this mediation from morning till night, if we don't finish, we will continue the next day. That's what we will do until we finish. It's the parties that decide. Are we together?
Yes.
So if you go to all these high area institutions where matters are being resolved, or you go and file your matter, they will ask you, they will forward to you, if it is construction dispute, they have a list of construction mediators, people who have expertise in that field. Right? They will forward it to you. You are going to look at it and look at their profiles, and you will know who is the person who has the qualification that you are looking for. Maybe if you are the best, and maybe female will not be able to be appointed.
If it is institution, if it is an institution that is doing it, institutions already have their own scale of charge. But there is what is called ad hoc mediation, where all of you now know, let's say your worship, you know me as a mediator, and there is a case in your court, and you decide to say you are going to send these parties to me to mediate and then report to your court the if they are able to settle and the terms of settlement. You know, that is ad hoc. Yes, that's an individual, just choose an individual, that's ad hoc kind of mediation. You understand? Where you just approach the same thing happens in arbitration. You will just look at somebody you feel you want. So that one now, if there is any issue of payment, the negotiation for payment, venue, and all of those things, you are going to be where are we going to meet? I'm going to be staying in a hotel, I'm going to rent a hall like this. Are we going to be eating? Are you going to sleep over? Are you traveling? Are you lodging? All those things will be looked at. If it is institutional, it means that they must have, maybe they may have all these things in place. Their rules will apply, maybe you are going to use their venue if they have and all of those things. So you have two types of mediation. It could be institutional, it could be ad hoc. Are we together? If it is institutional, it's happening in multi-law court as an institution. It's happening in settlement house, media institute, it's an institution. Isn't it? But if it is an individual that come and meet Haja and say, Haja, please, we want you to mediate our matter for us. But we are appointing you as a mediator because of this matter that we have. And most times that can only happen when you know your antecedent as a mediator, or when it comes from recommendation. Are we together? So that is how they appoint. So an individual, like if you are a party, you can't just go and say I appoint. You have to agree. The two parties have to agree on who is the.
But normally, is it not the party that brings the matter? Like now, because what she's asking now is that the party now comes to you. I know you as a mediator. I want you to handle this case with my tenants.
So in that case, you are not a mediator. That is what we call mediation advocacy. That is what is called negotiator. So some of us have been trained as certified negotiators. And if an individual client meets you and saying, I want you to help me in respect of so matter, especially as a lawyer. So what the training you need to do when we start doing mediation advocacy training, you enroll because mediation advocacy is just like a lawyer. The way a lawyer represents clients in court, that's how a mediation advocate also represents clients in a mediation session. So two options for you. Instead of going, if you come and meet me and I go, definitely the other person will not accept me as a neutral person to stand to settle matter. Automatically your position makes you to be biased because you ordinarily want to be protecting the interests of your person who is your client. So in that kind of scenario, those kind of people, we call them mediation advocates or negotiators. Remember I said mediation and negotiation, they are one and the same thing, depending on which one. If you are doing it without the interference of a third party, you call it negotiation. But if you are doing it with the assistance of a third party neutral, you call it what? Mediation. Are we together? So if it is in that kind of scenario, what you are going to be doing is you are going to be you should go as a negotiator or as a mediation advocate. Actually, you are going there to negotiate, and so you are biased actually for the interest of the client. If it is a tenant and you are going there from the landlord, what you are trying to do, you are trying to get the interest of your client from this person. So you'll be interfacing with him, discussing with him, applying your mediation skills and everything that you have learned in order to get a result that befits your client. So that time you will not be a mediator. Even though you may be playing similar roles, then in this case, it's not in an official setting. Let me advise you, when you have this kind of scenario, most times, don't go as a mediator. Because by the time they want to set up mediation, automatically they will remove you out of it. You understand? So if you come, especially most of us who are lawyers, accept your client is a brief, you have a training in mediation, you apply your mediation, your legal and everything, and then you charge your client appropriately. So when you charge your client, what you do is you are a mediation advocate, you are removing the cap of a lawyer, putting it, and then you are doing the negotiation for your. Are we together? Yeah. Do you have any other question?
Yes. Now, you have said when somebody comes to any of us and says, look, I have a case for mediation.
Most times they will not tell you they have a case for mediation. They will just explain to you the problem and they believe that you have the solution. You are the one that will should now
when they
find
when they do that, come to you, mention please, there's this problem that I have, this person. Now I'll come to you because I believe you will have a solution. I didn't come to you probably as a lawyer because I've had them mediate. So now can you originate that invitation for mediation to the other person, or must it be from an institute or an area center that
you see, when we train people for mediation, sometimes professional advice, if you want to go into India, you best advise to go and do mediation training first. Then subsequently you can do arbitration. What is the reason? The reason is that in mediation, in arbitration, is a standardized setting. You cannot just say, I am the arbitrator. I will appoint myself an arbitrator. It is an official setting. And before, after your training, before you get opportunity to do arbitration, it will take you time, some years, right? The mediation, even in your church, you can create the opportunity by yourself. In the mosque, you can create the opportunity by yourself. If you see two people fighting, and you say, what is the problem? What is the problem? And two of them agree to talk to you and explain to you, automatically they are giving you consent to be a mediator. So if one person comes to you and explains to you, and you can get the other person, and the other person will have the confidence in you to say, okay, since you, without minding the fact that you are coming to the opponent and he gives you that attention, you can engage. I have been a lawyer for my client. When we went to court, I informed the court that I believe this is something we can settle. It's a landlord and tenant case, right? So the court now adjust the matter and say we should go and settle. What we did, before it was in their house, we went. Landlord and the tenant, they are sitting, they are sat down in the landlord's house. And I said, so even though I'm a lawyer for my client, the landlord, but there is no need for us to, I want to remove my lawyer cap. They give me permission to help them mediate the matter. He said yes. Are you with me? So we started the mediation. It was there I got to know that this man is staying in the house, the landlord is also there, and most times he will come back from Abuja, he will just go and go. He has not been paying his rent, but always coming from Abuja and going, and all of those things. And then at the point, he said, please take this man to court. He has not paid my rent. Have you? Now, it was when he was now explaining his own side of the story that we got to know that, say, actually, it's not as if he doesn't know how to go and start talking to the landlord. And it's not as if he doesn't want to pay. But that when they migrated this payment something to IPPIS, I mean something like that, they have not been paying you for several months. So most time when the landlord says, look at this tenant, he just enjoying himself in my house, he just come and go, and he's not paying my rent. Which he explained. Landlady, I'm going to come. Well, why didn't you say? Why didn't you explain? And why didn't you say that was where we were? You understand? You say you would have said something, I would have explained now, and that is the issue with communication. Because there was no communication. She felt that he's not sensitive. Can you be staying in somebody's house, maybe 1 year has passed, you are going into another, you are not paying, and you are not saying something, you are not explaining, just like that. And that was how we managed to resolve the issue. The unfortunate thing is that okay, I was a lawyer for the vendor. We entered the terms of settlement, agreed, filed it in court, and as my client, we failed to abide by the CC. So I asked the guy, do before they arrange and do execution. He called me and I said, how far? What did happen now? They say they came to my house. I said, look, I have asked you to pay. You refuse to buy if you didn't pay, you didn't honor your agreement. What do you want me to do? That's how they executed the judgment against my client. You understand? We are mediated, we got the terms of settlement, told them when he wants to pay, and they took it was adopted in court, it became the judgment of the court. That was why when they were enforcing me, they didn't need to call me, where is the mediator, where is the person? It's that thing that they did by consent. And you couldn't call me again to say, because it's something you say you agreed to do and you failed to do it. So I don't have any business for it. So you can create situations, circumstances, that will make you to do what? To mediate. Are we together? So, but ordinarily, when they call you, when it becomes official, it will be difficult for you after they have explained to you, then you now maybe it says an organization, and this person you are coming with me, say this person has complained against your organization, and after they say, okay, let's do mediation, then they will now say now you should be the mediator. It may be difficult.
No, but I'm not talking about the person going with me. I'm talking about a person trying to mediate. Now, she has come to meet you. She told you the problem. Now, she has come to mediate. You're a mediator. Now, you don't come to me and say, you write me officially, like an invitation to mediate. There's this issue and it's for mediation between
you see, why I want us to avoid that issue of if you are an individual, if you write as an individual, let's say you write and you are inviting an organization or another individual to come to your own place for the purpose of you settling, the thing will sound very hot and somehow. You understand? So that's why I say in that circumstance, you go as a mediation advocate or as a negotiator that is negotiating and trying to find settlement that favors the person who reported to you. You can this skill of the same mediation whatsoever, but you will not come and say I'm the mediator. But when you are discussing, because of your training and you are talking and whatsoever, you are engaging with them, they will not be expecting another third party as a mediator. If you are negotiating with them, the person who reported to you will be there, you will be doing the conversation, and you are very accessible, fine and good. Who can do that?
Now, in a case like that, because you see the mentality here and everything, she has come, and I tell her you will pay me. But when we get there, and I'm trying to solve a problem, other comes to like this, the company, you had a business with her, you have the whatever. And at the end of the day, I'm telling you to pay, you might not want to pay. Take the case of this lady now with 100. Of course, she didn't advertise 100, but 100 accused her. Now, if they want mediation, and she now talks to somebody, and first they say, our lawyer says, look, let's just mediate this. Now, when they go to those people, they're a big organization. They want the way out of it, definitely. They want to just settle everything. The issue is if there is no pending thing that will make them give money to you, they will not pay. It is hard.
And that is why I think one of the things that you see that we want to communicate is that as a mediator, one of the things that we emphasize to them is your your ability to market yourself, your ability to make noise about what you have done, your ability and your qualities, your ability to make people get to know that this is who you are and what you do. Right? If you define it early enough and you say, I'm going to do mediation and I want to earn from it, by the time you finish this training, day one, go and start posting from what you learned from just the law of contract. Because I was involved in a mediation skills training to become a certified mediator, and one of the topics we consider was the law of contract as a foundation for alternative dispute resolution. And I realized that everything we do about this life is about what agreements. You have posted that one of them. People will read it. They say, what is mediation skills training and this thing? Another time you can say, do you know who is a mediator? A mediator is somebody who is a neutral person who is appointed and he helps people to resolve their dispute amicably out of court. What are you doing? You are trying to build a consciousness in the minds of people who read your post, your profile, and all of those things. You are building something. Then you get to a point, and they told us that for data scientists and the rest of it, they said the systems are built in such a way that they will automatically recognize you as an expert in a field when you consistently post similar and the same issues and matters, addressing the same issue. So when you post about mediation and ADR, often always on your status, your Facebook, your WhatsApp, your LinkedIn, what do? You are building a consciousness, and you have to be very deliberate. Some of us, if you do not have LinkedIn profiles, I think one of the things you need to do when you are submitting maybe your assessment award, you have to show us that you have a LinkedIn profile plus other social media handles. LinkedIn is professional. You will not go and see all manner of things that happens in Facebook and all of those other things in LinkedIn. The professional platform, you will network with other professionals. So what do? When you are doing your training, or when you finish your training, deliberate. Let's say you take for now to the next 2 weeks, I will be posting some of the things that I've learned about active listening, about bias in this, about this. You can follow it from this. You can be educating people. They will get to know that something has happened to this person. And some of them will begin to find out, say, this thing that you are posting, what is it about? That's an opportunity to explain. You are deliberate in creating a consciousness. You help people that you know that you are not the same person that you used to be, or now I am so person. So that when they now see something that relates to your own field or area, they say, I saw this person posting. Somebody has come and say, I remember you posted something like that. So I don't feel like you call you. I say, yes, you call the right person. I mean, if they didn't see a post. But what I wanted to say is that some of us, I know we're adults, but some of us, everything we just put on the internet. We are not selecting and deliberate in building your consciousness. So you see somebody just now a picture like you put it there, you are doing private party, you put it there, you wear one kind of thing, you put it there. So tomorrow you do India training, you put it there. And next tomorrow you go for catering services, you put it there. And people will look at your profile and get confused. Which one is this one? What are you really into? Are we together? So if you go to my profile, you will see that from day one up to now, most of the activities you see on my profile has to do with ADR. Go to LinkedIn, Facebook, and the rest of it. So you have to be very intentional in building an online presence for yourself. Somebody I was applying for something and then they say I should provide my LinkedIn profile. I say, who told you that I have LinkedIn? You know, because it's an official platform and people, you see, if you are dealing with violence, before they will engage you for anything, there was an organization outside that were really said, why have website? I said, I don't have website. He said, that what is it that I should just go and show them something online that connects to me. That was why I had to go and open either LinkedIn. I think that has to do with my even law firm self. I had to go and open the LinkedIn account for the law firm. I have been very careless about that one because it has not been I was not too keen about that aspect, even though we are doing it, but we understand. But when they started asking that the office is not on Facebook, it does not have a website, it does not have Telegram, it does not have anything, no online presence at all. Are we together? Yeah. So you need to build an intentional online presence for yourself. Be careful about the things you will be posting there. As a lawyer, you say you should not advertise yourself. But if I go to court and I come back, they have been doing the case now, they were doing it for like several months. So I come back and say, that is why I love ADR. I was in court today. My mother was adjourned to the next 3 months. I'm just imagining this kind of situation and maybe the kind of traumatic experience we will be having on my client. What are you doing? You are trying to say that you have a bias for mediation, even though you are a lawyer, isn't it? So you are very intentional about what? Creating a brand. And so what do? You need to be deliberate. Start doing things like you can carry your t-shirt now, you can go for them to write, I am a mediator. Or I am a Shati'S certified mediator. Or I train people to resolve conflicts. You know, I am a mediator. If you have a problem, call me. Like those kind of branded kind of things that will make you sometimes I deliberately wear Shati just anywhere I'm going to, I'll just be going, you just be looking at it. Shati say, did I saw this name somewhere? Or where is it? Where is it? That's the kind of impression we want to create. Sir. So you should, if you want to go into mediation, you should be deliberate. You can do bio and put something that has to do with mediation. You can do your cap and put something. Your clothes, you can put something that shows that you're a mediator. Somebody, I think it was Shepard that used to put, he said that I'm a mediator and Wahala is my work. Wahala or trouble on my work. That's why he puts on his.
That's for a lawyer.
For a lawyer.
Lawyer.
He's not a lawyer. He's not a lawyer, he's an engineer, but he's into mediation. He's not even the president of a mediation institute. He's an engineer. Are we together? Are we together?
Yes, so now where you
So it's innocent here, you're online. Do you want to speak? Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, so can you, we are okay. Go ahead. We are
okay. You are okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we are talking about corporate branding.
Yes, sir.
Now look at this.
The center.
What did you see?
Somebody's still reading now.
It's the teachers. What is this?
It's a flash.
It's a flash. Yes. Let's see. It's what? It's branded.
You didn't give us t-shirts. You didn't give us t-shirts.
Yes, I can also.
Are we together? You brand it. Your car, you can put something. Asking you for this. And so we are even thinking that maybe by the time all of you pass this session, we can just do a lapel already in the column.
Yes, that
one you put it on your clothes. Maybe we can put Shati or Shati something on it so that when you wear clothes and you go out, you be deliberate, always you put it. You understand? So when you are going, sometimes you put some things, you don't know that some of those things how they are communicating their own identity. So you should be deliberate about communicating what you want people to know about you. Are we together? So that is, you have to be corporate branding, deliberate branding, online presence, you market yourself, because you see all these skills that you are learning. If other people don't know about it, it's going to be a waste. Because somebody may be dying and be struggling around you, he doesn't know that you are the solution to his problem. Are we together? Yeah. So you need to make noise about it. That's why sometimes we share the pictures. What you do is that you save some of these pictures and you can be using it for your post. You say, oh, I just remember we throwback. I remember when I had to suffer, I struggled for almost 6 days to do it. You need to help people know how difficult and how expensive and how uncomfortable it is to create time during working days to come for a training because you want to become certified. So you do a throwback. Say, look at how maybe if the thing showing that I exhausted, say, that's the three of the training. I was so tired and exhausted, but I have to do it because I was going somewhere. Like, you can just make deliberate posts, put it, people will read your status and see it, they will get to know that, yes. So what I'm saying is that you have to be deliberate, attentive. Now, you go to the mosque. Tell them that you are going to do an awareness or sensitization program. You can invite us, we'll come, we will do the talking, and we'll be there to answer some of the questions they will ask. Are we together? So what are you doing? You are stepping down. The more you teach about it, a lot of people will get to know about it. And what happens when they have problems? Who do you think will be their first point of contact? It is you, because you organize this program for them. They will begin to see you as someone that if they have any issue regarding that area, they should reach out to you. That's another form of marketing. You can do that in your church, you can do it in the mosque, you can do it in your community. If you go and call all the members around your area, and say you are going to sensitize them about API, are we together? Yeah. You do a sensitization for them and you organize it. What are you doing? If there is something happening around that community, they will look for you. Are we together? So that has to do with corporate branding. Now, how do you charge? Somebody asked money, asked question about money. You should know that as a mediator, you are there to end, right? But you see, the ending is not the priority. When you like my friend, when you want to teach about this, he will tell you that this sorry, please, that's for me. He will tell you where he will put a charter, for example, we say businesses thrive when friends and families support to pay for the services. That's the thing. Hello, where are you? I hope it's 3 plus anyway. So now charging, because if you don't charge for the services, you will run down, isn't it? If you have a phone, they keep tapping and tapping from it. What will happen to it? It will run down if you are not charging it. Abi? So you use ATM, you give your card, Abi? Then you put your pin and something will come out of it, isn't it? And that is it. So when you are charging, you look at certain things. But remember, that is not the goal. Come on, let's talk. And then your husband, right? So when you are looking at charging, you want to charge for your services. You look at the nature of the usage. You look at the complexity. Look at the amount of time you are going to invest in it. Look at the novelty. Is it something that nobody has done? You be the one to go and start doing all the research and the finding out you look at it. Are we together? But before you get to that point, there's something you need to do. You need to be deliberate in developing what? Expertise, practical knowledge. So if you are trained now, you say, no, I want to go to a place where you have to pay me before I do. You may not have the opportunity to gain the practical experience. People will be looking forward to somebody that's I've done. But I would say I've handled about 800 and something cases in the past. What is this? It's trying to program your head, your hands, so that you will say, wow, this person now, wow, how? Whether it is paid or it is not paid, it is what? It is his profile. He has handled it, essentially. So when you are looking for people with experience and you hear somebody has handled 800 and something cases, will you be asking whether is it the one they are paying or they are not paying you? In the experience, so we have places like the multi-dog quarters where we volunteer. Are we together? When you volunteer, there are some cases, that's how I think I was making it for free. I mean, it helps you to put into practice what you have learned and what you are learning. I mean, so they assign a case to you. You can even have a time when you go and sit down and watch other people mediating. When you're training, the way we assess this thing, you may be able to see some of the mediators that are making a lot of mistakes and blunders. So when you watch and say, I think I can do this thing actually. I mean, then opportunity comes, they give you a matter, then you see how you can put the skills you are doing into practice. By the time you keep practicing and you do 1, 2, 3, 4, you start developing mastery. When you start developing mastery, you see that you will now start developing your own personal skills, personal styles that is unique to you. Are we together? Yeah. Are we together? So you get to that point. When you develop that mastery, then now, when someone is appointed you as a mediator and you are charging him, you are not charging him so that you use his case to learn. You are charging him because you are delivering services. The professional service for that matter. So for lawyers, one of our mentors will say, what you do is that you charge your client for the case. After charging him, you now ask him, how much more will you be willing to pay? If I can find a way of getting this your matter resolved in the next let's say 1 to 2 weeks or 1 month. How much more? Not less, but how much more? Because it's a professional responsibility as a lawyer to actually explore people before you even file any matter in court. It's a professional misconduct for you to file a case in court without exploring the area as a lawyer. That's part of our professional conduct. Are we together? Yes. So when you develop that expertise, you use a lot of volunteering activities. where there is opportunity, you see, when you volunteer, you do a lot of things. People will actually overlook your mistakes. If you organize this training now, we come, and then the people that are speaking to you do not understand what they are doing. Even you yourself will be like, this is why you understand what they talk. So, you know, that kind of you yourself will be discouraged. Are we together? So, what do you use volunteering for? You use volunteering to see, you look for opportunity to teach some of the concepts and the things that have been taught to you. And one of the best way of retaining and keeping what you have learned to be like permanent is what? Is by doing it. So, and because you may not be known that somebody can be calling you to say, oh, I want you to come and do this for me. What do? You create avenues. That's what I'm talking about, church, mosques, environment. If you have any group of people, you can say, oh, there's something I want to come and teach you. I want to tell you about the beauty of ABI. Like, you just do it as often as you can. As you do it, people are getting to know you. You are also developing what? Expertise. You are retaining your knowledge and your understanding. And when you are doing self-reflection, remember one of the things we did, reflecting practice, isn't it? So you look at, okay, I've done my opening statement. You see that you keep improving from one level to the other. Say, hey, she has now remembered that, oh, I did not tell them about joint session and opening session because what? That's reflective practice. You're able to identify areas you have missed. If she has the opportunity to do another mediation, you see that thing she missed, she's eager to bring it in so that you see that it is balanced. Then if that thing is recorded for her, if she records it, when she watch it, she want to check. Okay, now that I've brought in, which one is ringing? So sorry, so you see, so when you are able to reflect, you identify areas of your mistake where you have missed out. And the next time you have to change what you to correct it. That's reflective. The more you do it, you become good at it. You retain the knowledge, you're able to. So now when we call you and say, please, we have these two, in fact, don't worry, when you have opportunity to sit in the mediation session, just watch the mediator. Some of the people will try. Say, this person did not do opening statement. No. You know, this person did not do this. It shows that at least you have had an understanding of what it ought to be. And you have now seen a situation where some of the things are not in place and you are able to identify. That means that's a chance. All guys say. That is what is called that's where you can see that learning has what has taken place. Are we together? Are we together? Yes. We finish up. This is the last day, so we have to finish up. So do you have any question? Any question? Yes, ma'am. In what? In your practice. Sir, please. Where are you going to? Okay, come first. Just a minute, man. Sir, come. You are going to give us your. Don't worry, you go back. You are going to give us your back. So just come together. at the camera. Let me see.
I was caught.
Okay, so now, you have attended the training. So one does a feedback. Tell us about how you came and how you are going and anything you want to say just in 1 minute or thereabout.
Well, I think the training so far has been deep and intense. And because of that, I've gathered so much experience, so much knowledge. And I have this desire to want to also give out, to want to also
You are not told us your name, you think.
Sorry. Okay, my name is Joshua Zaka Nyam. I'm a participant in the ongoing Shati ADR training. And without saying that the training so far for me has been enlightening, it has been intense, it has been life-changing. There are so many angles to ADR that I've seen and I've known now. And I can't wait to also showcase what I have gathered to other people to create opportunities where I also give out my experience. So for me, the training is what I want to say is in another way. It's something that if opportunities given, I would want to come on board. So far, it has been engaging. Honestly, it has been a wonderful time. The people I've met, the networking, the contacts, and so many other things. Really had a wonderful time. Thank you so much.
All right, so thank you for buying. You can now go. All right. Okay. All right, so Ma, you wanted to say something. Can you?
I was saying in your practice so far, whether you make contact where one of the trying to happen, it's very assault or something.
Whether I've experienced.
Yes.
Whether I've experienced it.
Something like that, yes.
Okay. I think I shared that I was in a session where a younger person looked at an elderly people and called them matrix. Like they are cheaters. Cheaters. Like some people that are old enough to be fathers and maybe grand. The hierarchy of that this thing, Tekechi and Serki and all of those things are there with other elders. They call them matrix. And one of the man there just stood up and gave me a slap.
It's you, whether you have been, it's about you yourself. And the mediator.
Okay, whether I've experienced it.
So
I'm telling you my session, my own session.
No, when they slap you or when they
okay, when they slap me, it's not slap me. I'm not part of it.
No, we're taking sides or something.
Okay, no, you see, if you are doing mediation, you may not even get to that point where people that taking side will be so obvious because you are trained and you know what you need to do and what you don't need to do. The highest is that a situation where a party is not if you are the one that is using your power to say it, that this is what we should do, we'll do it like that. I say, no, this is mediation, it's the parties that take decision. Because if you say I'm the one, it will mean later when you agree, you will still say it is the mediator that imposes it on you. Are you together? So I think that's the highest now I think the highest that I've experienced thus far. Because when you explain the process to the parties and they get to understand, you avoid you actually not get to this point where if there is any physical tension or emotional display, it will be for between the parties, not you. Is that what you? Yes. Yes, okay. Any other question? Any other question? Okay, no question.
What does have it's that's not my
Okay, so now, all of us, we have our manuals, our training manuals. Yes, what I've asked you that I've said that you're going to do that three things. Number one, can you tell me? You are going to do some things.
Number one is the training curriculum.
Yes. Abalaga, you take note of it. We are going to develop a training, we design a training, let's say, maybe half day training, 3 hours training, or something for a specialized group or organization. We have said that beggars are going to be their own. Do a sensitization, design a program, the sensitization program. If you look at your manual, it gives you a clear guide on how to go and do it, isn't it? There's something like need analysis, you do certain things, you set out your objective, you've guided you how to do it. One bar, I believe you know. Okay. Then the second, we said that you are going to organize a webinar. All of you, by God's grace, will be part of our conference. If things work out the way we have, I believe that we're going to have a physical conference in December, where some of you, if you succeed and you pass, you will be inducted, either as members of the institute or as members and faculty members. Yes, then there are two. You are going to do assessment for the two. If when you pass the two, you will qualify, right? So you are going to look at I think you are going to organize a webinar. We are going to have keynote speakers and we are going to have discussants on topics. So if you want to have like 2 or 3 discussants,
Sorry, I think it's saying organize the webinar.
yes, you choose a topic. Like it's going to be like we are going to advertise it, we are going to share it, we are going to share all of it. It's going to be virtual, and the main speaker will be the one. It will be like the kind of conference where all the trainees, you take part in one or the other as a keynote speaker or as a discussant for maybe some subsection. So you are the one that are going to agree on the general topic and the subtopics under it.
We're organizing this as a group or as individuals?
No, as a group. You have a training group now. You are going to divide yourself into, when you agree on the topic, the conversation, you can continue conversation from the group, right? You agree and give us the topic you want to do. When you divide yourself as keynote speaker, we are going to do flyers for keynote speakers and discussants. We put them, we will share like, if we decide to do it like we are going to do this week, this set of people, 4 or 5 people will do this and this one, we will go and advertise it and share it. So everybody shares it. Then the next week, a group of people are going to also do their own. And if you want to be taking different topics, if you want to take different topics with one for this group of people, this is their topic and this is their discussion, and you want to tell us about a conference about bakers, and this thing, you want to do a conference for them, invite them to join online, both within and outside, but now you have association, you invite them to join. That's what you want to do, and you have to have discussants, you want to invite anybody you want to invite, to have him build fine. if you want to do it with 1, with 2, with 3, yeah, about that's fine. But what we're telling you is that it's going to be live. It's going to be broadcast on YouTube. It's going to be on Zoom. We'll share the flyer and the poster of all of you that are going to be involved, and you're going to do it live. We want to see you do it. Organize it by yourself and do it. That's part of your training. Are we together? And that's 1.
That's 2.
That's 2. Then the third one, you are going to organize a sensitization. That sensitization, something that program training you are designing for yourself. You are going to now put it into practice like a reality. We will come. We will come. We will come as assessors. We will not tell them we are coming to assess you. And don't worry yourself. We'll come and attend the program with you, we'll contribute to the success of the program. So if you want to organize it with a group of people, you want to organize it for a
topic.
For a church, you choose a topic to ADR.
Oh, it must be an ADR topic.
Which one?
This is show our teaching.
Yeah, I want you to show your teaching. Yeah, so you choose a topic within ADR, and that is what, because it's like you're going to do it if they have questions, as you answer, will be there to support, so you choose the listen. That's the third project, right? Then yeah, you are going to do a live mediation session. Okay. And you record it. Yes, you record it. We are going to see opening statements. We are going to see your introduction. We are going to see your opening statements complete. We are going to see you do the opening statement of the party that they are outside of the story. And you do it. We want to see if you decide to do focusing or there is no focusing. We want to see how you got to arrive at the settlement. That's very, very important. Very, very important. Like a complete mediation session. So if you want to get volunteers from among yourself, it's left for you. If you want to get anybody to stand there anywhere, why not? But you are going to record that live session. Then the harmony for you are going to give us live your opening statement in 3 to between 2 to 3 minutes. All the things that you want to tell the parties about in your opening statement, you want a video recorded version. Remember, if you have video recording, you reduce the size of the video and you put it on Google Drive so that we don't need to download it. Because some of your camera can be too powerful that you see a small this thing can be. You do it and put it in front of Google Drive and do that. Then I don't want to give you micro teaching because we use the webinar you are going to do to assess you for micro teaching. Are we together? You design the program first, then we say you implement it by organizing the program, and then you be the one to take the topic, although we may be there to support and observe you. You take the topic and you're going to be assessed for micro teaching instead of telling you to do a micro teaching. We're going to assess you for that. Are we together? Yes. I think there's something I'll ask you again to.
You have not forgotten anything.
There are some things that you asked for here. Yeah, number one, either a training curriculum, yes, or a training program, or a sensitization. Yes, it's one. Now, number two, say prepare a webinar. That is within us, so we'll now form.
We will now move ourselves.
Now, you move yourself. Now, ADR training for some parties. Unfortunately, how do I put it? ADR training involves costs. If right now you want to, yes, that may be something, there was one community. That's number three. ADR training. Number three. Sensitization. No, number three. Question one.
Oh, question one, question three, your curriculum. Then question two, your question three.
No. Okay, question four is what? Question four is what?
Question five, opening statement.
One house.
Question one, he said you develop a curriculum for training. That's question one. Question two. Question two is organized, we are going to organize the webinar as a group. Question three is that curriculum that you did in question one. You're going to organize the sensitization on yes. Then question four is a recorded
meditation session.
Recorded meditation session. Then number five is
Live opening section.
within 3 days, you record it and send it.
That question three that the same organize the training session.
Yes, sir.
Right? Is on ADR.
Yes.
ADR training for.
On a topic on ADR.
For whoever group.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, that it involves cost. Because if you go to one training like there was, they will not come for any training if you are not giving any money, transport and whatever to come and
And you see, one thing that I was saying was in ADR, it could be sensitization or something and you hide ADR, but you say ADR,
If you want to do sensitization for something, the aspect we're interested in is in the ADR one. So if you are doing the sensitization, then when it comes to the ADR aspect, that's when we will be.
And I will add the ADR aspect to it.
Because it involves calling people to come to the church will not ask you to just bring the congregation. There will be certain people they will want to bring in, which will involve costs.
And when you are going to sound like church, you can't really talk about ADR because it's access to justice. So you are going to talk about the different doors. That's the point. That's what I was saying,
So you see, that is going to involve some cost. Your camera is pointing on. The camera. That is number one. Number two now. Is this project, what is the timeline? Because after this program now, we ought to be certified, and so that while we are posting, I went to training, and you went to training today, did you get certified or not? If you post there's something you posted, you talked about yesterday, where you give focused calculated points when you are talking out to your people. If I put a certificate now that I have received my membership to this place, it makes more sense to my group of people than to tell them I'm going for training. Because now they have seen my certification for foundation, they've probably seen my certification for intermediate. They've seen me as an ambassador to the courthouse, to the ADR courthouse, and then I'm telling them I went for another training. If I give them my certification now and post it, because I've completed this and it's another milestone, so I can now talk to you more. It goes further for me than, because right now, from what you're saying, none of us is going to get a certificate in December. Yeah, there is no certificate for now. You have to finish and pass the exams. But this is no, we are going before you give us certification of certification. No, we're going to mediation on this part.
You take, if you take this, if you take 1 week off, let's say that you refresh, and then let's start our project from maybe the first week of next month.
Yes,
Just
celebrate.
That's
Celebrate.
after this.
No, this next week.
This
we're
week,
ending.
so you refresh, isn't it?
So
You can start looking for other things. The thing is that you are going to be so trained that you yourself will know that you are going to train. You, even when you are sleeping, you know. So this one, like giving you background, we are going to receive the scenarios, we post it and tell you that you prepare for a mediation session. So you do this mediation session, you do it and this and do until some of the principles, some of the things there, you internalize and you understand them. So when we are gotten to that, because this type of certification, we call it is a mediation trainer. We want to certify you as a mediation trainer, isn't it? So you yourself, you should be able to understand what it entails. Are we together? Yes. If we are interested in, you know, we have so many organizations that as long as you pay, it doesn't matter. You understand? You just say, you get value for what you have signed in for and do it. Whatsoever is worth doing is worth doing well, isn't it? If we have come here and say we don't do like 2, 3, 4 hours, you know, some of us will be very happy that we close very early and go. And you don't know that it may be something that is affecting you, right? And so when we take time to do whatsoever we are doing, so that at the end of it, the people who participated should be able to confidently anywhere say yes, I've been trained. You know, it's not everything they will teach you, but the basic things that you need to know have been taught to you. So you need to read more. So you know, if you have questions or clarification, reach out to us anytime, and we'll be able to give you the needed clarification that you need. And I think that will be okay. Feel free to ask questions on the chat group. That group is your group. So after this week, I believe that you should appoint maybe class rep or somebody, so that all these assignments, if you want to group yourself, the earlier the better. If you tell me that you're going to start your, you want to organize your, what do they call it? The webinar. You should give it some time, maybe 3 weeks or 1 month from now, so that when you choose those topics, you can now begin to do flyers, you give us your pictures, you are ready to start advertising and sending, asking people to register. It's going to be free. But if you attend and you want a certificate, at least you should be able to pay for the certificates if the institute will issue you. But we want to see you as someone who wants to be a faculty. Go and study what you intend to teach. Learn, you can even practice it. So when you come to the platform, you present it, they ask you questions, you know, that would be a good thing, isn't it? So we want to give you that opportunity, especially in this field. And that also is an opportunity to also send your name far wide and near, that this person is actually an ADR person. You know, by the time we share the flyer, it also becomes part of the online algorithm, you know, for people, you know, eventually someone will do your point. So I think basically those are the things that you need to know. Further information will be shared, will be sent to you. Instruction as you need to do. When you are going to review our mediation, our associate mediation curriculum. So we are going to be sending you chapter by chapter. Chapter 1, we send it to 1 or 2 person. You are going to make research. You are going to update it to a standard, you know. Chapter 2, that's what you do. That is what you do as somebody you should learn. Because you know you want to start, you want to do something. Be equipped to do something for yourself. Are we together? Yeah, so that's the essence. Are we together? So you should be self-reliant after you are trained. So that's what we are going to do that, and we trust that God will
will help us. So, those people who were thinking they will start making money, that he was telling us how you charge, how you pay. Yeah, till he said, "Oh, you can
charge, you can bill, training, you don't actually need certificate to practice 8 hours. You see, this thing we are doing is for you to operate in a professional space and you are enhancing your skills. See, a guy here said that he was doing mediation, he didn't know that it was mediation. He was doing short-term mediation, he didn't know. It's now that he said, oh, so that's what I was doing. That's how it is. Are we together? Some people are literally born mediators to peacemakers. It's just that the skill has not been enhanced. And if you don't develop it, it will always be like, are we together? So finally, all of us are going to be giving our closing remarks. Yes. Yeah. So,
sorry, this is my one point.
Ask, yes, you'll change it for you. You just give actually. All right, so one house, sir, you are our Zoom. No, it's not a solution. It's a daddy house. Yes. I'm going to make my speech now. Yeah, so you are just going to have some closing remarks and feedback from the. I know you have done some trainings, you have done some other things, but this is the first time that they organized by Shati'S. By Shati, and we'll be very happy to hear you and your. Yes.
Black and white. This, you're putting my top off.
You know why?
Take it.
Yeah. Okay, so can you stay here? Let me.
Can we on the light on the stage?
No, the light it seems to be going too much. Okay, I think is the light is better.
Yes.
I think it's very clear.
First of all, very.
Okay, no. I think it's the you can stay here. No. You can stay here. Okay. Yes, I think it's because of the
White, controversy is wearing white, and if you white man, the black man.
On this black man.
It's not sure it's the same.
It's not a showing.
All right. This sounds 1 to 2 minutes. 3 months.
Your 1 to 2 minutes might not be enough to say what I want to say about it later.
Okay, so the father just give us one house.
One house. It's been a very consuming, educative, exciting, and learning experience full week. Learning experience full week in the sense of it's been a week now. We've been training here at Shati'S, and it's been unique. It's been unique in the sense that it has touched so many things that we need to know, we need to develop, we need to take into consideration as trainers and as mediators, or those of us who are planning to go into arbitrators. It's touched even for those who are looking into negotiation, as much as negotiation and mediation, brothers and sisters, so to speak, parents, yeah. If I must say, Shati went the extra mile. I have attended a number of ADR trainings in 1 or 2 different locations, I would not call names so that I would not be accused of brand slashing. But Shati has gone far. If you ask the lady talking behind, she would be telling you that she learned so much from Shati. If you ask the gentleman there, you will find out that they learned so much. It's been an experience. It's brought back memories. This training in particular for train the trainer brought back memories of what one learned when one was learning to be a teacher, from subject matters, curriculum development, micro teaching, to research methodology. It all embodied. Then it brought back things that you need to know as a mediator. All the key things that you need to target on, and the skills you need to develop. It all came again. So yes, am I happy I came to Shati'S for this program? Yes. Would I have it any other way? No. Would I come back for more training with Shati? Yes. And am I looking forward to being a faculty member of Shati? Yes. Member of the Shati House of mediators and arbitrators and negotiators? Yes. After this type of training, would I be happy to have Shati added to the other acronyms on my name? Yes. Would I wear Shati House t-shirt happily? Yes.
Yes.
Seriously, it's been a nice experience, you know. I had to give him my flask, my Shati House settlement house flask, so that he would be using. And, but on a serious note, it's been a wonderful week. We have met people who we ordinarily wouldn't have met. And I have this belief, and I believe most people do not meet people by accident. Everybody you meet in life is for a purpose. It could be immediate or it could be long term. But we have not, and I believe we would grow on this. And it's the beginning of a new family that we have planted. And I believe it will go well. I pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala blesses this knowledge that we have, and that we'll be able to put it into good use for ourselves, our family, and the entire community locally in Kaduna here, and the nation in general, and the whole world. I look forward to all of us being in that area. Thank you so very much.
You tell us your name first. You start by your name.
Okay, my name is Maria.
And your name, what you do, and then you continue.
Okay. My name is Maria Mamdun. I am a lawyer and I work as a legal research officer. It has been an absolute pleasure going through this training for the past 6 days. I've learned so much. I have deepened my knowledge of mediation. I have seen a different angle or a deeper angle of it. And I must say that the organizers have done so well in coming up with this kind of training. And for that, I'm very grateful, and I say they should keep it up. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. One house. One house.
Hello, my name is Laura Obikere Amabisha. I'm a legal practitioner. I'm a human rights activist. I'm also a trauma healer. I was a bit worried when we were coming for this training, especially when it was first online, because in my belief, I felt anything mediation needed to be practicalized. And my pleasure, when we came in for the practical sessions, there were so many wonderful scenarios, and there were so many in-depth insights I have not had before. I'm especially glad about this train the trainer part of this training, because at least it has equipped me to be able to teach others better ways and better methods in order to learn this mediation. Thank you so much, Chancy.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Ashley.
We think you can.
Hello. Yes. My name is Dr. Ebro Parents, you of color. I just want to say that it has been a great opportunity to participate in this training. I nearly didn't want to participate, Mr. Anchan, know why, but I thank God I was actually eventually able to go on with it. And I've learned a great lot, which I intend to utilize in future. Thanks for the opportunity.
One house.
Good evening, everyone. I'll be inside. Your face. Your face is transparent. Everyone, my name is Joaquin Balio. I'm a practitioner. I want to thank God for the privilege and the opportunity to come for this training session. It has really been a life-changing and very informative session for me. Even though I had my associate with Shati, associate training with Shati, this is a deeper, and it has exposed me to a lot I need to know on mediation and how to sharpen my mediator skills. I appreciate Shati for this privilege and this opportunity. Thank you. Business. I'm a teacher today. It's my favorite.
Just go plus. Just stay. When you step, you don't need to. No, just stay. You don't need to be shaking. Just stay.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashot. I'm a civil servant and a lawyer and a business coach. I'm so happy to be in this training, especially the TOT aspect of it. Being a civil servant, our organization has never had about ATR. We don't have any ATR department. That was the reason I came for this training, and I'm very glad I have achieved a lot from the training, and I'll be able to go back to the organization and help enlighten them about what I've planned. I've also gained a lot of friends and family and a new father. And I'm very happy with Shati for organizing this program and hope that will keep meeting in the future. Thank you. Our bros now Muslim.
See how you
not recognize this man.
Okay.
You don't need to be just concentrate and don't waste our time.
He's not transparent. He's invisible.
Guys, allow me.
Yes. And you are adjusting it, so you didn't adjust my own. Partiality. Serious one. Mine are men, you see, and they say we should not eat that. Thank you.
All right. My name is Akko Elias. I'm a professional teacher, a licensed one. I'm a pastor and a businessman, and I'm also a building expert. It is a great privilege to be in this wonderful training. I have never knew there was another a better way to resolve dispute. I've been hearing about it until I got a deeper insight on how these things can work. And it's been a great time. Having trainers from all around the world training us on mediation, on how to resolve disputes without court orders and all that. It's indeed a good one. One thing I am so sure of is that if this method of resolving dispute goes viral, I think we'll have less problem in the courtroom. The reason why the court is still choked up with cases is because this kind of ideas on resolving matters outside the court has not gone viral. And I'm so happy to be here. And I want to pledge that I will be an ambassador, even though not getting the tag yet. I will take it far and wide. Being a pastor is even a better opportunity. I'll take this to the church. It's obvious the church has no idea much on ATR. Everything you see, it's either you leave it for God or you go to court. Now I know it's no longer leaving it for God or going to court. There's still a resolving that can be done outside that. So I want to really appreciate Shati, most especially Barrister Nanchan for pushing me. Push me and push me. He has been pushing me. Most of my professional certification, he pushed me. Go, you must get it. And I'm here and about to bag another one. Thank you very much, Shati. Thank you very much, Barrister Nancha. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shati'S Balaka, and when I heard about this training and the one I had arbitration as a defeat. Because I'm not a lawyer, and yes, I like court cases and all of that, those kind of movies. And when they started, I remember I saw him up. I was like, he said, I saw Mr. Nathan. He said, hope you are following. I said, we are trying. Said, trying. I said, yes, we are trying. But Saturday, as a kind, I look for a very serene environment, my headphone and all of that. And I said, no, this is interesting. And when the various facilitators are coming up and mediation, we've broken down mediation, and to a large extent, I'm happy I came. What I know, I never imagined what I know right now. And I was when I was closing my wife, and I said, don't even ask me that. It has really been an impactful session, and grateful to Shati'S for this.
putting this together. And we look forward to learning more. Thank you.
Oga, quickly, before you pass you, Oga, you will be the last person.
Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. After men, is our son. Okay, quickly.
Good afternoon. Good evening. My teacher for land. My expectation was one that I like it because I was looking forward to having more exposure from the beginning that I saw like. And one thing again, I was looking forward to know actually what they are all about. I heard about mediation. I thought it was in my hands before what I've got to hear about this place, clear up my mind on all I thought I knew on the area of mediation and how I can fit into in helping resolve disputes among young people that to do their parents and peers, school issues, and different kind of issues that need involvement of mediation, and how it has come to help to reduce the challenges that cases face in the court system and how they can be resolved in short and fast time. So I think my experience here has been a nice one, and to also make it more loud, I've gotten to meet a lot of my lords and all the judges and all the staff. It was very good for me. Gotten to share ideas from people and to get new things. I think one of the words I've learned that was so unique for me is that word, is it consist or something like that. So the first time I was very worried. And the first time I got to know what it's all about. All I knew about is private session, but that word was something new. Thank you. All right.
One house.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mary Angelso. I'm a lawyer. I work at my first hospital. I've been director. Coming here, I want to really say something that came there. I increased knowledge. It blew my mind. First meeting all the people who I met here. I'm not a fancy course. And when I first came, we talked about that foundation of media. You know, I was trained on the 2004 Act. I didn't know because I always know that whatever you arrive at the end of the mediation cannot be enforced. Act being in my head. But when you look at this 2023, this is my first time learning about there's anything called this. You now know why it's important to state yourself. So I got to know that now the new act says what whatever agreement you private, you can now be enforced. You can take it to court and have your judgment have it enforced. I also learned quite a number of things. One of the things I learned as grow as a people, emotional intelligence. We know we need this every time in our relationship with people. And I really have learned quite wonderful people, especially Dr. Malik, who were in the same group. And we just say things and make you laugh and all the time. It has really been a wonderful family together there. Making all the wonderful faces, Sahako, and Laura, and the one that's always giving us cases of rape and all that. Right, it's a wonderful session we had yesterday. All togetherness, but I attended this program. Thank God, and I say thank you to Shati. Thank God for Mr. Martin personally called me for this and he really persuaded to yeah, I really want to say thank you. It's not yet one. Thank you again. Thank you wonderful for having me. Maybe it's Martha. I'm a trained soil scientist. I'm an entrepreneur, and I work with children like teenagers and in data. I'm also a professional baker. Yes. I want to really thank God for the opportunity to be part of this training. And I especially want to thank Shati for putting up this together and for also giving me the opportunity to participate in it. It has been a wonderful week, wonderful and exciting week. You know, I've learned quite a lot. You know, I used to think, even though I had a background knowledge in media, I keep telling myself, it looks like it's only legal practitioners that will do well in mediation. You know, so sometimes I usually see myself not doing very well in it. But in this training, Mr. Nanchan kept emphasizing and even giving us examples of non-lawyers that excelled in this field of ADR. And that has really encouraged me, you know, to push on. I've learned quite a lot. I've learned especially how to apply, you know, these skills even to my profession as baking. You know, I asked a lot of questions and I think I've learned quite a lot. The facilitators, oh my God, they were very wonderful. You know, the lectures were explanatory. And what interests me the most is the style, you know, of learning. You know, we dealt more on active learning, where we the participants got to participate and it made the whole thing interesting and very interactive. So I'm really happy for this opportunity. And I also need to mention that I've met a lot of wonderful people. You know, at first I almost felt intimidated when they will be addressed as my Lord, your worship. You know, so I was like, then what am I? I'm not because of one of our practicals, I got to be given the title of professor. Yeah. I came after the practice, now I'm giving us a professor. I like to thank everyone. The participants were so wonderful, very humble. You know, we all related well one to another, irrespective of our status, you know, or positions. So I'm very happy about that. And I feel right within me that I will go right out there to be an advocate of ADRs. Yes. So thank you very much, Shati. Thank you, everyone, for making it a wonderful session.
Want to close?
Yes.
You are too close. And now I'm not even seeing you again. One transparent. I'm not transparent, you are transparent. Okay. I think I can call all of you police now. And thank God for that.
Your name?
My name is Abbas Zaidin Sandra, a legal practitioner. When I was coming here, I thought I would be the oldest person around. And when I came, I saw Dr. and you guys. Okay. Now I think I'm in the right place. Well, I don't think I need to add what you guys have already said. You have said it all. The only thing I will say is thank you, Shati. Thank you, Nanchan. And I would also like to thank Sa'adatu. He knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, so I'm not telling you about her. She is the one that informed me about this house. I'm happy that I met all of you, beautiful faces, and I'm sure it's just the beginning of wonderful things to happen. I will be an ambassador, not just of not just of Shati'S, but this food distribution. I've always been those that know my practice, always encourage sentiment for whatever. I've not brought up myself to come for real tribute. I've undergone the basics. But this one has taken me beyond my imagination. So once again, thank you, Shati. Thank you, and thank you.
You almost forget. Evening, everyone. I've got to learn a lot from this training. My name Abdraman, I'm Abdraman Bukhari, and I'm happy to be here, and I got to learn some new skills. Thank you.
People know I happen to be the first person that started off, so let me be the last person. My name is Achid Dabara.
Mr. Achid.
Yes, I'm a life scientist by chemistry in my training, and I'm also a researcher and a teacher. In fact, we call teacher. This training of trainer, even before the harm bill was out, I've been part of the preparation. So that gave me a bit of an idea what this training was about. And from the material that was prepared, it implied that so much was intended for the participant. And from what my experience as a facilitator and as part of the participant, I believe that the intention of this program was really fully fulfilled. And like the financial said, a period of 5 years, and then this clinic, So I believe that the community already is developed. We will keep supporting each other. We are surrounded by conflict. Those of us that are in the classroom, you have pockets of conflicts, on and on and on. So this training actually essentially has helped me, and I believe all of us, first of all, to be useful to ourselves, to settle the conflicts within the family, in the community, even before we bring in others, and maybe they pay for services, So I appreciate the collaboration I see in the classroom has been very, very, very active. Very participatory. Nobody is, is sidelined. Everybody is participating, and then the work that is set in motion. At this point, we are not seen as lawyers and non-lawyers. Like he said, we cannot call each other colleagues. I believe we'll keep providing each other synergy as we build this community creators. Finally, Nacha, thank you for the opportunity. I have the opportunity to address lawyers. I'm used to addressing young scientists, and I believe that our journey will continually be that of imparting other people. Thank you very much, everyone. Let's go on.
Our chair. Introduce yourself now. You're too far.
I've introduced her as the one and only
Female wife, and the secretary.
So yes.
Okay, everyone. My name is Janet Lanchan. I'm a journalist by training. I study mass communication. I'm also theater. I've had several units in alternative dispute resolution, both nationally and internationally. I'm also a teacher. I'm a wife, a mother, and a single woman. I must say that I'm also a participant in this training, but I had to also see how I can take care of the other end. So I also do the needful to also catch up so that I'll be able to come up to, because from the testimony I've gotten or I've heard, I believe that I've actually learned a lot. And then sometimes I come into and I also pick one or two things. So I want to thank God for this opportunity to be able to organize this. It has not been easy, but at the end of the day, I'll actually say it has been a success.
Yes.
So thank you for trusting in Shati, and together I believe we'll do exploits in the field of alternative dispute resolution. Thank you all.
All right. So finally, let me start by saying thank you. Thank you for to all the participants. I think one of the things that makes me so happy and joyful.
Online day.
I'm calling. All right, sir. I actually one house. I called severally, and then I discovered that there was no response. Maybe you were on break. Sir, please, can you go ahead?
Thank you very much. Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is PJ Ibrahim, a retired Deputy Controller of Immigration in Abuja. I'm also a consultant, and also a consultant on migration, as well as a farmer. I presently reside in Abuja. I want to thank God and thank you, the Shati, for this great privilege given to me to be trained once again. This is my second training under Shati, and in fact, I thank God for this. It's a very good privilege. Initially, I was almost withdrawing, but when I saw Doctor with his age, and I said, for this elderly person to be seated here and listening, I must make up my time and mind, and I did, and I thank God that I impacted a lot, a deeper understanding and this mediation, and I'm happy that even those ones we are on, then we were online. But the is that we miss a lot of, especially the practical side. We missed it, and there's no regret, however. But I'm happy that I've been part of this training, the trainers, and I wish my hope is that by the grace of God, who will be members of the institute, as well as they become facilitators. Thank you. I wish to meet you in another time, if God's willing.
Thank you. We appreciate you, Mr. Ibrahim. Peter, Innocentia, please. Are you there? Innocentia. Yes. Okay, please, your closing remark, that of your wife quickly.
Okay, I'm very happy first to thank Shati, Mr. Nacha, for the great work that you are doing for Nigeria and Africa and the entire world as far as ADR and mediation is concerned. In fact, your institute is my trainer, although for several years when I was with Minister of Agric as a extension officer and also working with United Nations as agriculture advisor. In fact, I never knew that all this, that during my work, I never knew that what I've been doing is linked to ADR and also mediation. It was through your institute that I knew that really I have done a lot for humankind. I learned a lot from your institution, especially this recent training concerning TOT, where I've been advanced so that I can also train others, especially the useful ones, so that they can also know more about mediation and ADR. Although I'm still in service as a minister, a counselor, a mediator, and also an ADR practitioner. All this is due to your institution, the training that they have given me, and also hope I'll help the useful one also to get this advanced training so that we can all live peacefully with one another in our communities. Thank you very much for this intense training.
Yeah, this Innocentia Dumada, being a retired officer in the Ghana Meteorological Agency for 34 good years.
Hello.
And I've been
Can you hear me?
a counselor.
Please adjust your camera.
And also a trainer in my office as a quality control personnel. I have trained a lot of people and have worked in the airports and whatsoever. I can't say all here, but I will say that this training exactly has shaped me a lot, especially the emotional intelligence. At times, being a leader in an office as a chief officer, a whole lot did happen. And when I completed my master's in ADR, my office allowed me to practice it even in the office until I even joined Shati. And I am an Shati for 2 years now. Yes, almost 2 years. And I've been participating in almost all the trainings that you have, just to equip myself. And as an experienced person, I would like to even work in Nigeria, not Ghana alone, and with my experience, help the whole world in solving disputes to bring peace in the world. Thank you very much. All I can say now, and hope to join any training after this to help work for God. I'm also an evangelist. Thank you very much. I have a product that is also from a research institute in China for 16 years now that can cure all diseases. So my colleagues, I pray that in future, I'll introduce that we can cure cancer and whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh. Okay, so wow, finally, I am actually grateful to God for the opportunity and the privilege to organize. Okay, let me start by saying that my name is Nanchan Nwangwon. I am the Executive Director of Settlement House Area Training Institute. It is an institution that is registered with the consent of the Attorney General of the Federation as a company limited by guarantee for the purpose of training and certification in alternative dispute resolution. For the past 5 years, we have been operating and we have been pushing, and I can tell you that it has not been easy, especially trying to pioneer.
Please, we are not hearing you.
I think the mathematics. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so what I said was, I said my name is Nanchang Nangwan, and I am the Executive Director of Settlement House ADR Training Institute, as well as one of the members of the council, governing council of the institute. I must say that it has been an exciting time thus far, though the journey is not without challenges. We started sometimes back in about 5 years ago, where we started the training and we started the activities and training and got registered as a company limited by guarantee with the consent of the Attorney General of the Federation for the purpose of training and certification in alternative dispute resolution. The journey itself has been challenging, trying to get participants and lawyers to buy into alternative dispute resolution, and especially trying to make this institution, Shati, to take its place among established area organizations, which have been there for quite a long time. It has not been easy, it has been challenging, it has been competitive, it has been difficult to say the least. But through determination, persistence and commitment, we're able to get to this particular place. We have had situations where a lot of interventions here and there, where you hear people asking, is this institution accredited, by so institution and the rest of it, and then, through those challenges, because it's a new institution that is coming up, you have a lot of questions, some people calling from Lagos, calling all around, at the early stage. Gradually, without being recognized as an ADR institution, but with time, we keep growing from one stage to the other, from non-recognition to a place where they start saying, okay, we have another organization or ADR organization, gradually to a point where, for example, when you're talking about ADR in Kaduna State, one way or the other, when you mention 1, 2, 3, maybe Shati will be among them. And it's, I'm happy and bold to say that Shati is one of the first northern institution that trains and certify in India, with majority of its members and council members from the northern part of this country. And we are proud, we are happy, and we are pushing forward. We want India, we want Shati to take his place in almost all the northern regions in Nigeria, so that when it comes to ADR, whether negotiation or mediation or arbitration, Shati will be the reference point. Shati will be the appointing authority. Shati will be the venue and the place where people will come, both locally and internationally, for the purpose of conducting ADR practices. And I must congratulate you. In 5 years, this is the first time we are doing membership training. All our trainings have been associates, and we have trained and certified a number of associates all over the places, both within and outside Nigeria. And now we have members coming up, and we are hoping that all of you will actually succeed in your training and become certified as full members of the institute. This will be the first time. I'm telling you, the first time. And I pray and wish you all success in your endeavors, in your assessment, in your practicals, and some other things that you need to do to qualify, to be inducted as both full member as well as faculty member of the institute. Together, I believe that we will move this institution forward. We are looking forward to a time where we begin to conduct ADR certification trainings in different parts of this country, and establish branches in all over the state. And we believe that you can do it, so that in your own locality, in your own state, we can have you go there, organize a training, and we know that we have a competent faculty that other faculty members can join to be able to organize a successful associate foundational training for those who may be interested to. So I am actually humbled that I have the privilege of being instrumental in having all these people come here because of the training. And I know I had individual interaction with some of you. I am not discouraged because I've discussed with a lot of people, I've called a lot of people, I've interacted with a lot of people, I've texted, I've called, we have had conversations, I've followed up. Some showed up eventually, but some still, we are hoping that they will in the course of time. But for you who are taking the bold step to be able to be the first faculty, first part of the participants in this faculty training, I really want to sincerely congratulate you in advance for taking that good steps. And I believe that what we have learned will not just remain with us. We are going to become instruments and channels that will pass across this information to others. And on the final note, seeds are sown. It's not all of them that grow or germinate. And I believe that we have sown seeds. Our prayer is that these seeds that we have sown in this training will grow and germinate and bear fruits that will be in 100-folds. That's our ambition. Please, I will beg you, don't allow the seed that has been sown in you to die off. Do not allow it. Take every necessary precaution and step to ensure that the seed grows, have place, develop roots, and germinates. And if there is anywhere we need to come in to water or to weed off certain things, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. We are very happy. This is the only thing that makes me happy. This is the only thing that can make me, even in the presence of an accident, still come in and stay here from morning till evening. This is the only thing I think that has the capacity to take 6 days out of my day. That 1 hour is very difficult for me to give. This is the only thing, and I'm very happy. I'm excited. I feel fulfilled. And you are all part of those who have made me have a fulfilled day. Together, we are going to push forward the vision of Shati. Together, we are going to push forward the mission of Shati, and we are going to achieve, a lot together. The vision of the institute simply is creating an informed community, where alternative dispute resolution or appropriate dispute resolution becomes the main, dispute resolution mechanisms for our lives, for our faith, and our work. And that is our ambition, that is our vision, that is our desire, and I hope that together we are going to achieve it together. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And then I wish you a successful journey back to your destinations, and we look forward to further engagements. Thank you. Thank you. So I pray that as you go, the Lord will go with you. Safety shall be your portion. We'll hear that you got nation safely, and that
Amen.
more together as God keeps us alive. We enjoy good
Amen.
very much and see you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye.